We now have before us agenda item 10, an introduction to FAO's hand-in-hand initiative, which was launched by FAO Director General Dr. Chu Dongju. It is an evidence-based country-led and owned initiative aiming to eradicate poverty, which is in line with SDG 1, and end hunger and malnutrition in all its forms, which is in line with SDG 2 by accelerating agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development. To begin, the Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Asia and Pacific, Mr. Jeong-Jin Kim will introduce this session. Mr. Kim, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to introduce the special event showcasing FAO's hand-in-hand initiative. The initiative strengthens national capacities to direct concerted actions among partners in order to accelerate agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development. Ultimately, the goal is to eradicate poverty and end hunger in the region of countries where these are most concentrated. With the erosion of gains in recent years in fighting hunger and poverty, exacerbated by intensifying climate change, natural disasters, transboundary pests and disease, and coronavirus. The need for this initiative is all the more urgent. FAO Director General Chu Dong-yu launched this hand-in-hand initiative in October last year by inviting members and other development partners to participate in the initiative. Globally, FAO has identified 44 priority countries where poverty and hunger are most concentrated and where national capacities are limited. Additional countries that would like to receive support on the hand-in-hand approach are also welcome to join this initiative. And together, we seek to identify development partners and solutions for scaled-up support. To date, in our region, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Kiribati, Laos PDR, Nepal, Pakistan, Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, and Tuvalu have confirmed their interest to participate in this initiative. And we are delighted that a growing number of additional members and development partners in our region have also come forward to contribute to hand-in-hand initiative. FAO is implementing its support under the initiative in multiple dimensions. An organization-wide support framework has been put into place with task forces, drawing expertise from FAO headquarters, regional, sub-regional, and country offices to support each hand-in-hand countries. All levels are engaging key public and private partners to help meet the needs identified in country-led planning and implementation. The regional office is connecting the country initiatives with the resources to take forward agricultural analysis and investment planning. And we are developing platforms to connect these with the regional innovations and knowledge. This event today shares the entry points and the ambitions in several country contexts for how the hand-in-hand initiative can make a difference. Our vision is to mobilize the means across all development actors to support accelerated action by members to achieve SDG 1 and SDG 2. The time is now for this concerted and targeted action. We look forward to sharing ideas today from different hand-in-hand stakeholders on what the initiative holds for them and what it can become with broad-based support. Thank you very much.
For your may I now invite the moderator for this session, FAO representative for Pakistan, Ms. Maina Daulat Chahi, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. It is my great pleasure to moderate this session today. We will have with us 5 panelists and the FAO Chief Economist, Dr. Maximo Torero Cullen, for opening remarks. And while our speakers prepare themselves, we will play a short video.
We need to reinvent integrated approach of rural intervention as guided by hand-to-hand initiative.
When it comes to agricultural innovation and sustainability, Thailand is honored for opportunity to share experiences with our neighbors and international friends of Thailand. Hand-in-hand initiative promise to connect us with farmers and communities to benefit from Thailand's assistance.
I feel that the initiative that the FA organization in Rome has taken for its respected member countries will go a long way in promoting and encouraging the quality of life, standard of living of our people in the rural agriculture sector.
And the Director General introduced me to the Hand in Hand initiative that FAO has launched globally that fits perfectly the type of work and the needs of Papua New Guinea.
Thank you. We now turn to the FAO Chief Economist, Dr. Maximo Torero Cullen, for his opening remarks. After we have seen this video that is a first illustration, and I hope it will also frame the discussions. Dr. Torero, you may now take the floor, please.
Thank you very much, honorable chairs and honorable ambassadors. It's a pleasure, and ministers, it's a pleasure to be here to present the Hand in Hand initiative. Let me start first by saying that today we have a world which is living a significant challenge. We have a world, if we continue as we were before COVID, we will be having 840 million people undernourished by 2030. 2 billion people in the world will not have regular access to safe and nutritious and sufficient food. And 3 billion people wouldn't have access to healthy diets. As you all know, this is unacceptable and it's something that requires a change. COVID-19 has exacerbated things even more, and we expect an increase up to 132 million people moving into undernourishment. So we need to change this. But on the positive side, what COVID-19 has shown is that the agricultural sector is extremely resilient. Food keeps flowing. We had some logistical problems, but food keeps moving. And we have all access to food. Food is available today. We need to assure that people can afford it and can access it because of the recession we're going. But the good news is that agriculture can do it. So we are very hopeful that we can create the transformation and the food and agriculture food system transformation that is needed, the agri-food food system transformation that is needed to achieve SDG 2 and to finally resolve the big challenges that we have. In this context, the Hand in Hand initiative is trying to bring what we can do as a one FAO, bring together FAO in a country-led, country-owned initiative. We are here to facilitate and to help the process. We are here to bring all the capacities and the technical support that we can to make this possible. So the Hand in Hand initiative is working in several principles. It has 5 principles. The first one is to target the poorest. We need to target the poorest. We don't need anybody left behind to be able to achieve the goals. And that's why the initiative is focusing on giving technical support of FAO with the resources of FAO to the least developed landlocked countries, least developed small islands, development states, food crisis countries, and large countries with significant hotspots of poverty like Bangladesh and India. We are also bringing the idea of matchmaking, bringing countries together to help each other, and bringing not only countries, but also bringing the private sector and all the other players, universities, civil society, research institutes, so that we can work together to resolve the problems of the countries. And we are using the SDG targets. We all agree to achieve the SDG targets. We all agree to be able to comply through the SDG targets. But we have to work in a framework together with the countries. We have to bring technical expertise into the countries. And for that, we are pushing towards differentiated strategies. The problems are different in where you are between countries, but also within countries. And that's the asset of the data that we are bringing together from Hand in Hand. We have to bring the food system dimension, because everything we do to be able to achieve SDG 2 and SDG 1 will create what we call trade-offs. If I produce more, I will be affecting agriculture, I will be creating emissions, for example. I will affecting my soils, I will affecting my water. We need to understand those trade-offs to be able to minimize them. But our goal is to achieve SDG 2, to eliminate hunger from this world. We also want to create a coordination between donors and work with the already coordinating agencies of the donors, but when they are not, helping them to coordinate better. And for that, we are developing a database of donor interventions, which are geospatial reference, so that we can locate what they are doing in which location and help your countries, together with us and other partners, to be able to implement and gain efficiency. The concept of Hand in Hand is a concept of gaining efficiency in what we do and target in the best possible way the interventions. And for that, we have created the geospatial platform. And the geospatial platform is an effort which is already launched. It's a public good effort, where you can see all the different layers of information, as mentioned by the Director General. We have more than 1 million layers of information already, and which respects privacy, respects the rights of the countries, but give them more access to information around the world and around all our different partners in the UN system and out of the UN system, assuring the quality of the data so that you can make better decisions. And finally, we prioritize, because budgets are constrained. Today, more than ever, our budgets are extremely constrained, and we need to put priorities in what we do. And finally, partnerships. We need to work together. It's central that we work together to be able to make the change. That's what FAO wants. FAO is facilitating the process, but this is a country-led strategy. Now, hand in hand, as I mentioned before, demands significant data. We need multi-sectorial data, we need trustable data, and we need interpolable data that make data from different sources. But also we need to break silos. And the geospatial platform is bringing all these silos together of information around the world so that you can optimize the way you make decisions. When we talk of the data system that we have put in place, we have combined all the different data sources of FAO, WAPOR, VIEWS, GEAM, SWARMS, Aquamap, FAOSTAT, bringing all the data of agroecological conditions and many other layers from our external partners to put them together in a system that is easy to use. And we are training trainers so that in your countries, your technical experts can use this data to be able to make proper decisions. Why is this so important for us? Because you will be able to build your own portfolio. You will be able to prioritize your decisions. You will be able, over the space within your country, to identify where the bottlenecks are. Together, working on our roundtable discussions to solve topics and to identify with our investment center, together with the country, which are the priority sectors that we have to work. What are the bottlenecks that is not allowing us to achieve the maximum efficiency? For our farmers, as it was mentioned by the private sector, for our farmers to be able to optimize what they produce so that they can really gain profits, reduce losses, for example, and be efficient in how they produce to comply with food safety standards. That's what this data will bring up. Our framework that we are working with our countries is to try to identify how we can, over the space, differentiate areas of intervention. The green areas is where we call areas of high potential and low average efficiency. These are the areas where FAO can help, can provide technical assistance, but the governments and the countries are the ones who have to decide what you want to do and where in those locations you want to operate to work with us together. Those are the areas where farmers can move from being in extreme poverty, $1.5 a day per capita, to move to $7.7 a day per capita. That's what we want, because the location that they have significant potential, but they are facing constraints, bottlenecks that have not allowed them to achieve that potential. And there are the red areas where it could be agriculture is not the way to go, but we can implement other activities and support them in the short term so that they can then move into other non-farm activities potentially, or to link to extended value chains from the green areas. So this will allow us, if we assume this is a country, to be able to differentiate the countries in these types of areas. And let me just give you an example how we can implement for a country which is not a hand-in-hand country, because it's not a country that is facing the definition I mentioned at the beginning. This is the case of Vietnam. In Vietnam, here we combine the potential, a significant agricultural potential, the darker the green, with the efficiency, and with the poverty map, because the poverty map will help us to prioritize. We want to reduce poverty, we want to increase income, we want to achieve zero hunger. And with that, we can develop the same map as I showed before in this rectangle, where we can identify critical areas, areas where agriculture is not the way to go, but areas where, in the green areas where agriculture could be a huge priority, but also areas where there is a lot of poverty. So something is not working. We need to gain efficiencies to make those farmers to move out of poverty. So this geographical targeting will help us enormously to make the proper decisions. And that's what we are doing across the different countries of hand in hand. Why? Because when we look in detail into the data, we can really identify the potential sub-geographical locations where to work. And in each of those locations, for example, in the ones where agriculture doesn't have potential, we have a lot of tools that we have been developed. Tools of social assistance, like cash transfer, social pensions, in-kind transfer, public works. This is now crucial for the case of COVID-19. We are deploying new techniques to be able to assess where the new hotspots of undernourishment is, of hunger, so that we can target them through these programs. We also can work with labor market interventions and with social insurance to be able to help these people to move them out of poverty. But in the green areas, where is the core mandate of FAO, because we work with our partners in the red areas, but in the green areas, where is the core mandate of FAO, here we can make a big difference with the countries. We can work together with them as a one FAO, in which we can bring inclusive supply chains, food chain improvement, and enable policies. We can identify together where the bottlenecks are and what needs to be changed to attract private sector, to attract players. Agriculture is a private sector. Agriculture, farmers are private sector. And governments are supposed to help enable environments. And that's what we want to do. We want to identify why these farmers are not achieving what they are supposed to achieve with the conditions they have today. And that's where all our expertise in sustainable standards and practices and innovation in technology, as it was mentioned, ICT technologies could play a crucial role in this. And we can make a big difference by bringing digital technologies. And that's why FAO is working on the digital platform for food and agriculture. So the International Platform for Digital Food and Agriculture, which is the way we believe we can bring best practices to all countries to achieve the goal that we have in mind. And accelerate the process of facilitating bringing the private sector to play a role. Governments alone cannot do this. We have to work with our partners, with private sector, with all the different players to be able to get the success we need. And of course, we can learn from other areas where things have worked. And there are areas where within the country, things have worked. And there we document and we learn those best practices so that we can share. But internationally, we can also do South-South learning, North-South learning, which will allow us some success. That's important, to document best practices across the world through our South-South learning, North-South learning, to be able to bring these best practices to leapfrog in countries and adapt to what they need to do to resolve those problems. Today, we have, as it was mentioned, Bangladesh, Kiribati, Laos PDR, Nepal, Pakistan, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Tuvalu. These are the countries which we are starting in the Hand in Hand initiative. Countries where we have put the task forces in place, where we are working as one FAO with this country-owned strategy, and the countries are supposed to drive this strategy to be able to achieve the goal. So it's very important that we work together. It's very important to achieve this challenge. And we cannot waste any more time. And we are here to work as a one FAO with these country-led strategies to achieve what we want with the Hand in Hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Torero, for these opening remarks and putting the Hand in Hand initiative in context, providing all its elements. So this gives a good starting point for turning now to the panel session. And our panel today represents stakeholders on both the, let's say, receiving and contributing side of the Hand in Hand initiative. We will proceed through some guiding questions to each panelist, one by one, to draw their views and perspectives. And at the conclusion of the panel, we will also open the floor for a few interventions from the members, if time allows. So please let me now turn first to the Honorable John Simon, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Papua New Guinea. The Minister has shared with us his pre-recorded remarks for this panel, and these remarks respond to the following question that we asked him. We know that there is an important funded program, support to rural entrepreneurship, investment and trade in PNG. And what is the entry point for the Hand in Hand initiative? How did the Hand in Hand initiative help frame and design this program? And how is it also going to help Papua New Guinea accelerate the achievement of SDG 1 and 2? So please, we now turn to the remarks, registered remarks of the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Over the years, over the last 5 years, I had a look at a figure. I'm giving an example using coffee. Over the last 5 years, I had a look at the figures of coffee export and production in this country. More than 90% of the total production is by smallholders, is by the rural people. And with no intervention, no support, not much support. That's the same with cocoa. Cocoa as well is the same. Smallholders are the ones that's exporting more than 90% of the production in this country. And by saying that, what the STRAIGHT program is doing targeting the smallholders, targeting the rural communities, which is the way to go. Saying that agriculture in our country will really grow. It can. It can really grow if we put direct interventions into the farmers. Support them basically with basic tools. You know, just support them with basic tools, with necessary, with a bit more awareness, with the management, with a bit more management, how to manage the cocoa blocks. Because in Papua New Guinea, more than 80% of our people are rural farmers. They're back in their villages and they're doing farming. Like the figures can show that most of the 90%, above 90% of the production of the export in this country is done by rural Papua New Guineans, the 85%. So by saying that, I mean, we have land and we have the labor. We have land, we have more than 200,000 square kilometers in this country that is good for agriculture. But only less than 10% of it is planted with agriculture. We can rehabilitate it all. And we have 8 million, we have more than 8 million people in this country. And more than 7 million people are back in the rural places. And they can do these things. They basically can push this country ahead in terms of agriculture. But basically there is no input. And this is what the government is doing now, our current government. And going forward, the other government is doing is trying to bring the door price to the farm gate. And in order to bring the door price to the farm gate, we as a government are looking at subsidizing the freight subsidy and at the same time subsidizing and stabilizing the price. If the price has to go that low, we need to assist to stabilize the price. Being Minister for Agriculture sitting here, I have traveled to few provinces in this country and people are excited. People really wanted to go back. This government is promoting agriculture. That's one of our main agenda in this government today is we're looking back into agriculture, promoting agriculture. But our only problem is there's not been much input into the sector, the direct input. There must be direct input into the sector and not other areas. And I say it again, our people are hardworking and they will work, but we just need to put direct interventions into how to guide them. And once they get good money out of it, they will continue to work. And vanilla in Papua New Guinea and in what's happening up, slowly our vanilla is losing its value because of the quality. And we need to work on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your remarks. We heard about a strong focus on rural areas, on smallholder farmers, and on transforming specific agriculture value chains. So these are the elements coming together in this program that Maximo Torero also showed us. It's important also that it's a mix of type of interventions. We heard we go from hard, like infrastructure, to soft policy. So very interesting. Thank you very much. Now let's hear about further aspects of the hand-in-hand partnerships and approach in Papua New Guinea. And I'm pleased to turn to the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Papua New Guinea, Mr. Gianluca Rampolla. Mr. Rampolla, I'd like to ask you, as UNRC on the ongoing reform for the United Nations Development System, what makes the hand-in-hand initiative relevant to you in particular under this new reform? How do you see it further supporting the UN reform agenda of the Secretary General? Please, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mina. Hope you can hear me properly. And I really appreciate being here, and I'm extremely grateful to the organizers for giving so much time for Papua New Guinea. At times we struggle to be seen, and this platform provides us for a unique opportunity. As I said in the video that was actually shown, Mina, as I was in January in Rome and met with the Director General, Mr. 2022, we had the opportunity to actually discuss how a major program that FAO is leading in Papua New Guinea would fit squarely the principles that lie behind the hand-in-hand initiative. And as the chief economist Maximo Torero very well explained, and Minister Simon provided you for the context of Papua New Guinea. So I'll go straight to your question, Mina, and I'll try to do something. I'll try to answer the question on how the hand-in-hand initiative, the program that we are implementing within that initiative, and the principles that lie behind the hand-in-hand initiative fit perfectly also the reform agenda of the Secretary General. Let me start first, ownership. Behind the whole reform of the development system, UN development system, is to squarely give the opportunity to the governments we are here to support to be in the driving seat. The hand-in-hand initiative allow for that, enabling at the same time not only to apply the whole of or one FAO approach to development, but a whole of UN or one UN approach to development. And the hand-in-hand initiative, as explained very well by Maximo, allow us to look at the different comparative advantages that the UN system can bring within SDG 1 and SDG 2, aiming at eradication of poverty through the end of hunger and malnutrition. And in a place like PNG that has been piloting delivering as one since its inception, then the hand-in-hand initiative and the program that we are implementing within that framework provides us for a huge opportunity. Let me get straight to the program itself. It's a relative, actually I would say it's a large program, 85 million euro, about $93 million, funded by the European Union, that focuses on supporting rural entrepreneurship, investment, and trade. And as very well articulated by Minister Simon, it aims principally to support smallholder farmers that currently are doing subsistence farming to move into smallholder commercial farming. Easier said than done, but again, the principles around the hand-in-hand initiative allow us to articulate a program that look at the multidimensional challenges that we have to tackle. The matching principle behind hand-in-hand is a fundamental component of the approach we have utilized, not only the partnership with the European Union, but the ability also to leverage and synergize between this rural program and other programs that we have in place on gender-based violence, on markets to allow women's economic empowerment, water and sanitation, and a number of other programs that we actually matching and overlay so as to address the multiple challenges that we face. Then another key principle to the hand-in-hand initiative, the fact that we want to focus in the areas that are most in need and that receive the least. And again, here the program we've developed has been tackling geographically regions that have had structural challenges from a food security perspective, but at the same time have been receiving the least from a development partner's perspective. Third, use of innovative approach, and Maximo showed some of its geospatial modeling. We are, and a strong component of this program is ICT, bringing that in. And we're doing it by making sure that we bring in the relevant UN agencies that can contribute that, like ITU. We then looking at other key components that, again, make best use of the resources and skill sets that we have available by bringing in a hard component to our work in terms of infrastructure, by having ILO not only coming in and building infrastructure, but doing it in a way such that it is labor intensive and creates not only skills, but employment opportunities. We are also ensuring that in building that infrastructure, we are designing it so as to be climate resilience. And we have to make sure that as we train farmers and enable them to increase their productivity, they become sustainably and viable financially by giving them access to financing. And that's where we're working extensively also with UNCDF. I would just finish by stressing another fundamental point is the ability, and I think it's also inherent into the hand-in-hand initiative, to maintain the flexibility to tailor your approach to the context. And it's not only the context, but ability to react as rapidly as possible to changing context. And I think here COVID provides us for a good benchmarking. This program, that again aligns squarely to the hand-in-hand initiative principle, has had the ability to readjust itself and reprioritize its intervention so as to tackle the challenges faced by our targeted population in terms of livelihoods and food security, as the restrictions were put in place, of course, to mitigate and contain the impact of COVID. And then last but not least at all, capacity is fundamental. And when I talk about capacity, it's our own capacity as UN system to implement not only the principles of the initiative, but the programs that we tailor around this initiative. And this is to praise the FAO team in PNG for what has been able to do so far, and for leading a team of 5 different UN agencies that is implementing the largest rural development program in the Pacific. Mina, thank you so much, and thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak to this ministerial gathering.
Well, thank you very much for Mr. Rampolla, Gianluca, for his very interesting remarks. In fact, I see that through this initiative, we are at the heart of the UN system development reform. And there is, you mentioned the importance of matchmaking, the ownership by the countries, moving from subsistence to commercial agriculture, focusing on the most vulnerable smallholder farmers, integrating the tools of the UN in the multiple challenges that this requires, and in particular also the importance of innovation, both in terms of data analysis, but also then in the tools and approaches being brought to the smallholder farmers. So really, we're starting to see how this hand-in-hand initiative unfolds and reaches and hits the ground running. So thank you very much for this. I would next like to invite the experience of another hand-in-hand country, which is the Lao PDR. And we are pleased to have His Excellency, the Honorable Lingham Duangavan, Deputy Minister for Agriculture and Forestry, who has joined this panel. My question for His Excellency are, what do you find relevant in the hand-in-hand initiative with regards to the Lao PDR development objectives? What would the country really like to see happen also under the hand-in-hand, and what partnerships are under discussion? Excellency, you may now take the floor, please. Over to you. Can I call Lao PDR Deputy Minister to take the floor, or should we move to the next one? Oh, we're lost the connection and they're getting back in a moment. Should I? I see Lao PDR. Is it Lao PDR online? Otherwise, we will move to the next speaker and then get back here. So I think we'll.
Yes.
Hello, Lao PDR, are you online? Yes. Otherwise, I suggest we move. Yes.
Sorry for.
Over to you.
Let me start it again. Let me start it again. Yeah, please. Director General, distinguished panel member and colleagues, representing the Asia Pacific country. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts on the FAO hand-in-hand initiative from the perspective of the Lao PDR. As we understand that the hand-in-hand initiative is designed to support the country in to achieve the SDG 1 and SDG 2 target by the helping the national institution to unlock the potential of agriculture and food system. Lao PDR have made a significant progress over the recent past. The economy have grown by an average of the 8% per year over the past decade. Malnutrition have been significantly reduced, and education and health standard have meaningful improved. Despite this achievement, large pocket for poverty and malnutrition remain unacceptably high. Over 30% of the children stunting, and an average of the 14% of the population is considered food increase, reaching as high as 25% in some rural area. COVID-19 have exacerbated the situation. Demand for key agriculture products have declined. The service industrial and related livelihood have been pushed toward of the collapse for an almost complete half to tourists. Remittance from workers abroad have been drastically reduced, and a large number of workers have returned, adding to the unemployment burden in the country. The employment load back to the agriculture sector was observed. The Lao PDR economy is predominantly agrarian, accounting for more than 60% of the GDP and employing nearly 60% of labor force. Yes, the agriculture sector ranks lowest in the region in the terms of the productivity, diversification, mechanization, value addition, and commercialization. The repercussion of the well-being of the household in Lao PDR is likely to be grim. I strongly believe that unlocking the agriculture potential and targeting the disadvantaged and left behind population pocket in the Lao PDR is highly likely to move the Lao PDR closer to achieving the SDG target. Hand out government support and enthusiasm for the hand-in-hand initiative. Unlock Belt and Road initiative runway link Lao and China will soon be operational, which will transform the landlocked Lao PDR into the land-linked country. This present an enormous opportunity for Laos PDR to link it either isolated area to large market. The hand-in-hand initiative have the potential to enable Lao PDR and its people to benefit from this major infrastructure project, agriculture transformation that leave no one behind is a key to transforming live and livelihood along the runway corridor, which is likely to have a multi-layer effect on other area of the economy as well. Our government of the Lao PDR is grateful to the opportunity effort by the hand-in-hand initiative to lead the process of an inclusive agriculture and food system transformation through partnership and seeking to contribute to common objective among the national and international partners. Thank you. Karim Chaila.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for bringing this additional illustration of hand-in-hand in Lao PDR for the conference. I noted the specificity of the approach of hand-in-hand in Lao PDR as a landlocked country. So this is also another interesting feature. Turning now to the perspective of a contributing country to hand-in-hand, I would like to invite Dr. Vanida Humrinpech, Director of Bureau of Foreign Agriculture Affairs of the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives of Thailand, to address the following question. What is attractive about hand-in-hand initiative for a country such as Thailand? And how can hand-in-hand add value to development cooperation work in the region? Dr. Vanida, Madam, you may now take the floor, please. Over.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, FAO Director General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for FAO to invite me to share some views on hand-in-hand initiative during this session. I would like to express my appreciation to Director Chu Dongju for launching this and his team for launching this initiative. We have seen the progress which have been made since you came to the office through the document presented in this conference, as well as the presentation that earlier presented. During the official visit of the DG Chu to Thailand before COVID-19 in February this year, Director Chu also had opportunity to discuss this initiative with our Prime Minister about to eradicate poverty, which is SDG 1, and end hunger and malnutrition in all its forms in SDG 2 by accelerating agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development. That was very well received. Thailand has experienced the benefits from technical assistance on agricultural development from many donors, including FAO, in the past 30 to 40 years. As a recipient country. Currently, Thailand has been able to be a donor who provide technical support as well as develop partnership to the countries in Asia and the Pacific and beyond. Our government has encouraged and very much appreciate private sector cooperation in market-oriented agricultural development with this hand-in-hand initiative principle, which is very well explained by the presentation, and the operationalization, especially the matchmaking that will identify who will be the best solution. Those principle and operationalization will facilitate our Thailand assistance to target countries with the target outcomes based on our existing resources and policy. The sufficiency economy philosophy, or we call in short SEP, conceived by His Majesty the late King Bhumibol Adulyadej, is being used for Thailand development framework and has been adopted as core principle to achieve SDG. As we call it, SEP for SDGs. And agriculture activities is always used as the tools for success in both relationship and the development among foreign friends of Thailand. Together with the FAO database and the model digital technology and honestly, it is very exciting that you use the GPS and put all the data in use, and that is the first time that we see the power of the data in use. And those technology and digital, Thailand as the upper middle income countries can also benefit that too, which is through this hand-in-hand initiative, and utilize that to improve the coordination of resources from various agencies to target countries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during COVID-19 pandemic, we have learned that sharing and support in all forms at local and national level, no matter how big or small, had helped us through the crisis. So though we as a region, we need strong cooperation and each other's support to transform agriculture and rural development for our farmers, our people, women and youth. We hope that hand-in-hand initiative will help members prioritize the need and matching supports for target countries with FAO coordination to create constructive collaboration with member countries and other stakeholders, including the private sector. The success of hand-in-hand initiatives is the success for Asia and the Pacific region. It is very exciting to see progress in making, and we're looking forward for more discussion how to identify the right action, which is practical in doing so. Thank you very much for your attention. That's from Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vanida, and thank you for this perspective. Again, something different. We heard also the focus on strong regional cooperation to address the current complex challenges and achieve rural development. We heard about the hand-in-hand initiative as a conduit to help prioritize needs and matching support for target countries. But most of all, I heard also a lot of excitement, and we are also very excited about this and how we will move forward. Also the power of data and technology and digital technologies as incredible opportunities to move forward. So thank you very much. Dr. Vanida again, and we now turn to our final panel speakers today, who comes from the private sector. So Dr. Netitorn Mao Praditsam, Executive Assistant to the Group CEO and Vice President of Group Sustainability and Communication for Charan Pokhan Group Company Ltd, the holding company of CP Group, which includes CP Foods. So a very relevant stakeholder. And I would like to ask you, Dr. Netitorn, from the perspective of a group such as yours, what is your idea about the CP Group's potential role in the hand-in-hand initiative? And could you give also maybe some examples of what you are foreseeing? Dr. Netitorn, you may have now the floor, please. Thank you.
FAO Regional Office for this kind invitation to join. Sorry, let me start again. Greetings from Bangkok, Swadee Krap to everyone. And I thank the FAO Regional Office for this kind invitation to join this panel. And greetings to the host country, Bhutan. Excellencies, Director General, and dear participants. I'd like to start by giving a quick introduction of the CP Group. We are an integrated agricultural-based company in Bangkok, and we operate across 21 countries with the main focus on this agribusiness. We also operate on telecom and retail, but we export in more than over 200 countries worldwide, 200 countries and territories worldwide. And we operate based on this three benefit principle, which states that the interest of the country where invest comes first. The second priority would be the local community. And the third would be the company itself. I mention this because I see that our three benefit principle is fully aligned with the spirit of the hand-in-hand initiative, meaning that because the hand-in-hand initiative is the evidence-based, country-owned, and country-led. So we see that our three benefit principle will work nicely and fit nicely with what the hand-in-hand initiative aim for. So I now turn to, I'd like to offer a few observations on the, if I may, I have some technical issues here. I will, hold on, sorry. Okay, so I just want to offer a few observations on our approach to the hand-in-hand initiative as we are still discussing the details of this project. Well, first of all, as we would like to say that, sorry, it's I have some difficulty back here, but hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Okay.
So far I heard about the focus on the local communities as well as inside the company, a realignment. So this is very interesting. So now you were going to tell us a little bit about the approach.
Yes, indeed. So we want, okay, here we go. Sorry for that technical glitch, I'm back live. So I just want to add that we are honored to support the initiative and we commend FAO Director General for his creativity. I'd like to share our observations as follows. Well, first of all, CP Group can bring to the project our global expertise and sustainable technology of integrated agribusiness from feed, farm, food to retail. We are among the world's top protein and feed producers. Sustainability is at our heart. The entire group aspires to be zero waste and zero carbon by 2030, and we will apply such aspirations to all our projects. Not only the production, but we can also add capacity building and capitalize on our vast network of retail and distribution to help with the marketing if and when needed. For example, we helped Thai banana growers to improve and add value to their produce, and now these bananas are being sold in 7-Eleven stores. Second, while respecting the complexity of designing and executing an agriculture plan, the hand-in-hand initiative should be outcome-oriented, operational, and measurable. Third, as the countries we work with may already have capacity challenges, CP Group views that this project should truly support the beneficiary country and not add unnecessary burden. Fourth, we should all aim that the project is self-sustainable in the long run from either the financial or the capacity point of view. It is not enough to teach them how to fish these days, but we should teach them how to set up and run a fish market, especially the smallholder farmers. Fifth, FAO as a trusted broker has well played the roles of identifying needs and matchmaking among others, as Mr. Cullen's presentation earlier. I seek further clarification on how FAO can play a catalytic role to expedite the project to get started towards completion. Sixth, and my last point, is to offer a business marketing view, as one of the points raised earlier was how to attract more participants to the hand-in-hand initiative. It is meant to be a constructive input from the benefit for the benefit of the initiative as a whole. With COVID-19, we are all in challenging time here, and many remain in the survival mode and may likely focus their interest inward for themselves. This reality will be an important consideration as FAO is trying to engage more stakeholders. If we treated the initiative as a product, what is its brand positioning? What and how do you want to sell it to capture broader stakeholders' interest? What does the FAO want the project to be known for? So-called the elevator pitch. What is the value proposition for those involved, and how does it contribute to the decade of action and the Build Back Better efforts? How do you distinguish this project from what offered by other UN agencies? What are the indicators of success? So due to limited time today, I unfortunately could only raise questions. They need collective thinking. I'll be more than happy to take this conversation further with the FAO. And I end by reiterating CP Group's continuing commitment to supporting Director General, his hand-in-hand initiative, the FAO, all relevant stakeholders towards the achievement of the SDGs, making food security and safety a long-lasting reality. Thank you very much.
Dr. Nettie Thorne, thank you very much for your enlightening speech. Indeed, I'm very happy to hear that the hand-in-hand initiative of the Director General of FAO is prompting collective thinking around big questions like what are success factors and others. So this is extraordinary that also private sector is starting to come along and to think aligned with all the other stakeholders. As the hand-in-hand initiative explicitly sees, we can only accelerate progress towards the SDGs with collective action. So this is very good to hear. Also, that there is a project in the making. This is also good news, and that the CP Group is willing to offer its global expertise and technology from to retail. So thank you very much for all of this. We've heard really completely different perspectives, and this shows the flexibility of the approach and how well it allows actors and stakeholders to come together and look for solutions. Now, we now have approximately a few minutes left for interventions from members. I already, based on a first come, first served, I recognize Pakistan, Bangladesh, and then China. And from Pakistan, I have the honor to introduce His Excellency, the Minister of Food Security and Research Ministry, Mr. Fakir Imam. Mr. Fakir Imam, please, you have the floor. Welcome to the hand-in-hand session.
Thank you very much, Amina Daruchahi. I appreciate your presiding over this session. First of all, let me state that I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of our ministry and the Government of Pakistan to the Honorable Director General of FAO, Mr. Q Dongyu, the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Agriculture of Bhutan, and all ministers of member nation states from the Asia Pacific, and the Honorable Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistan is still primarily dependent on agriculture. 19.3% of our GDP is still based on agriculture. Nearly 40% of our labor force derives its income from agroeconomy, and nearly 75% of our exports are based on agro products. So Pakistan is still very highly agroeconomic based, but we have several challenges. And recently we've had three very major challenges. We've been confronted, like the whole of the globe, with COVID-19, but we have been extremely fortunate that our number of deaths and people being infected has gone down tremendously in the last 4 weeks. It's, I think, a very good omen from the law of nature, as well as the way that our government has coordinated amongst the federal, provincial, and local governments. In addition to that, the issues are that of climate change, which has impacted on our country's agro production. And then we've had locust threat come after 27 years from the Horn of Africa. We had several attacks earlier, but in the last 6 weeks, now they are breeding in Tharparkar and Bahawalpur region of Pakistan. But so far, we've been able to contain them with, I would say, relatively minor damage. In addition to that, we've had extraordinary rains in southern Pakistan. The city of Karachi totally inundated with water. In the upper reaches of Sindh province, we've, I think, lost, guesstimated
500,000 bales already. Punjab is, southern Punjab, where cotton is grown, is also being affected. Government has, during the COVID, had its stimulus package of rupees 50 billion on agro subsidies. In addition to that, what I'd just like to mention is that our approach to agro development is based more on the holistic and multifaceted coverage. And we are hoping that with new policy instruments coming into position, we'll be able to boost our crop yields. We'll hopefully improve our water efficiencies as well as our livestock and fisheries management. The purpose of our program is to improve our agro marketing as well as transforming our rural methodologies, where nearly 20-25% of our people live below the poverty line. That is our major target. Our focus is to improve the livelihoods of our people by providing them rural quality education, quality health, employment opportunities, so that they can relate more in tune with what this country requires, is to uplift our people. For a country which is 217 million, last census 2 years ago, unfortunately we have high rates of population growth. That's a very major challenge. But in addition to that, I feel that we need, FAO has been extraordinarily helpful in helping us with this overall picture and planning of our locust operation, and in all facets of our agroeconomy. We need a greater regional approach, and we were very happy that the Honorable Director General of FAO's visit to this region started with the nation state of Pakistan. So on behalf of our people and the government of Pakistan, I would like to express our gratitude to FAO for hosting this conference. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, also for your remarks, and looking forward to continue to work together, including through the framework of the Hand-in-Hand initiative, to get more impact on all the work that you are doing. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation from Bangladesh, which will be then followed by the delegation of China. From Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Director General of FAO, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. FAO's hand-in-hand initiative to integrate and prioritize geospatial information, advanced technologies, and policy and investment intervention can play an important role in Bangladesh and help towards further reducing poverty and hunger. The approach is aligned with the objective of a national agricultural policy, which was formulated in 2018, and the National Food and Nutrition Security Policy 2020. Only last week, that was approved in the, by the government. The government of Bangladesh approved the National Food and Nutrition Security Policy, an important step towards achieving the SDG 2 zero hunger target over the next 10 years. FAO has provided substantive technical assistance to develop the second country investment plan on nutrition sensitive food system. We call it CIP, Country Investment Plan 2. CIP 2 has helped prioritize resource allocation and budget formulation for improved food security and nutrition, impacts of relevant policy measures, and intervention on nutrition outcomes have been monitored annually through a result framework of CIP2 by involving as many as 22 ministries and government departments. In collaboration with FAO, the government has carried out Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, IPC, Chronic Food Insecurity Analysis. The IPC findings allow us to identify hotspots at district level across the whole Bangladesh to determine the severity, magnitude, and causes of food insecurity and malnutrition. The IPC will contribute directly to the establishment of a digital geospatial platform as envisaged by Hand in Hand. It also fulfills the objective of principles, one targeting the poor, food insecure, and vulnerable. There is a great potential to achieve much more with the hand-in-hand approach. We are committed to establishing effective dialogue with development partners and stakeholders to build a common understanding of hand-in-hand, to prioritize action program, identify gaps, and develop medium and long-term programs with clear target and goal and progress tracking system. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, giving me an opportunity to speak on hand-in-hand initiative.
Honorable Minister Abdul Razak, many thanks for your remarks, which bring more perspectives to the hand-in-hand initiative and to the panel views of the panel members. I am now pleased to give the floor to the delegation from China. And China, you have the floor. Over to you.
Thank you. Distinguished Chairperson, Director General, Ministers, and delegates. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs of China, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Yes Penjo, Minister for Agriculture and Forests of Bhutan, on your election as chairperson of the conference and express my appreciation to FAO for the tremendous work it has done to make this conference possible, which is the first regional conference convened in a virtual modality. As an innovative and comprehensive way to mobilize resources from all sources, the hand-in-hand initiative has overcome the many constraints faced by a lot of international development assistance programs and put greater emphasis on agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development to contribute to the eradication of poverty, hunger, and all forms of malnutrition, and the realization of other SDGs. China thinks highly of the initiative and is glad to see that as more flesh is put on it. More and more countries are coming on board as recipients and donors. We welcome timely updates on the progress by the Secretariat to members. On the part of China, we endorse and will play an active role in the initiative by sharing our experience in poverty eradication and rural revitalization. We would like to join hand with all stakeholders and ensure food security in this region and the world at large in these trying times. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Zhang Taoling, thank you very much also for these great words. And now, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, due to time constraint, we have to close the floor now. But I would like to apologize to all those participants who were not able to intervene. There's 3 members and 1 civil society organization who had put their hands up. I hope you understand this is purely due to the constraints of the setting of this conference, but I would like to ask you to send your written intervention, your comments, to the APRC Secretariat, and they will be posted. These will be posted. The Secretariat will post them on the APRC web page as part of your official statement. I hope that this will take care a little bit of the issue of the timing. It is now time for us to wrap up this very rich session. And as we have heard, the Hand in Hand initiative will be an important conduit and will play an important role to accelerate progress to end poverty and hunger and promote rural development as an engine of economic growth, targeting poorest and also most of areas with most opportunities, poorest areas and with most opportunities. There has been a lot of appreciation for the emphasis on the use of data in a multidimensional manner, not just GIS, but also other data to analyze a situation both at national, but in particular subnational level. And member nations, several of you have welcomed the improved use of data analytics for this. This will help decision-making, targeting, flexible and matchmaking approaches to building multidimensional partnership. This will also allow consideration for cross-cutting integrated initiatives, as we've heard from PNG. Many of you have recommended to enhance and extend the hand-in-hand approach to strengthen FAO country support to achieve priority objectives, especially in response, considering also the response for COVID-19 pandemic and associated impacts. And we heard from the Minister of Pakistan of Food Security that it's COVID-19 overlays other threats and challenges such as natural hazards. Also, we heard how much hand-in-hand initiative is relevant to the renewed United Nations Development System vision implementation of the United Nations Secretary General. So these are just some of the threads. Of course, the debate has been very rich. We also acknowledge the fact that the hand-in-hand initiative is allowing stakeholders such as private sector, and we heard it from the CP group, to associate themselves to these initiatives. We heard how about the country ownership and tailoring, how this initiative also flexibly adapts itself, and the type of intervention allows adapting the type of intervention to better fit each specific context, be it a landlocked or island or other specific realities that need to be looked at in an intertwined manner. So this is what I have for you as a bit of a summary, high-level summary or concluding remarks. It has been a privilege to moderate this event today at the Asia Pacific Regional Conference. And I would really sincerely like to thank all the panelists and speakers and members that have been able to intervene for your great contribution to this event on FAO's Hand-in-Hand initiative. And I look forward also to the progress that we will be making together. I invite the members of the conference to show appreciation for the panelists and speakers by using the clapping hands icon. And with this, I will now return the floor to the distinguished chairperson with many, many thanks from my side. It was an honor. Thank you very much. Excellency, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mina, for your excellent moderation of the Hand-in-Hand initiative session. I also join Mina and all the colleagues in thanking to all the contributors and participants in this very enlightening and engaging event. I'm confident all the participants have acknowledged the benefits of this initiative, and I'm sure will all be enthusiastic to collaborate by joining their hands under this initiative. For Bhutan, we would love to participate and implement hand-in-hand initiative as soon as possible. Now, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I recognize the meeting is running behind schedule. Our colleagues in the Far East are sacrificing their sleep. In compensation, we in the host country have decided to skip our lunch. I also would like to suggest we have a slight change in our agenda. We will skip the screening of the video on the UN Decade of Family Farming, as it was already shown earlier in the session. Instead, we will move directly to agenda number 11, prioritization of country and regional needs. The order of the intervention will be in alphabetical order as said in the morning. I request any delegation that wishes to take the floor should raise their hand in Zoom. For those members who opted to submit a pre-recorded video statement, I also asked someone in each delegation be on hand to read the statement in case a technical issue prevents screening a pre-recorded statement. Thank you to all. I would, however, like to request that each delegation be brief and limit their statements to 3 minutes each. The distinguished delegation from Afghanistan now has the floor. Your Excellency, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to try my best to limit my speech to the time, but please apologize if I exceed the limit for a couple of minutes. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Director General, Excellencies, members of delegation and assembled high-level experts, it's my great pleasure to lead the government of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan's delegation to this 35th FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. First of all, on behalf of the government of Afghanistan, I would like to thank the Royal Government of Bhutan for hosting this 35th FAO Regional Conference. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19 pandemic, we couldn't manage to physically attend the meeting. I would like to expect this regional conference will build on previously agreed regional priorities, lessons learned, experience gained, and achievements made by the last conference, and set up new priorities for this biennium with major focus on the priority areas of this region and Asia. Member countries, the regional economic cooperation and sustainable development goals. Agriculture is the backbone of Afghanistan's economy and contributes to 25% of national GDP. Approximately 80% of population is engaged in agriculture-based livelihoods directly or indirectly. Food insecurity, however, remains alarmingly high in Afghanistan with continuing conflict, widespread unemployment, rising food prices, and recently due to negative impact of COVID-19, around 10.9 million people, nearly 1/3 of the total population, are estimated to be in IPC phase 3 or above during the current period. The figure includes around 7.3 million people in crisis and 3.4 million people in emergency IPC phase 4. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic is causing tremendous impact, disrupting lives and livelihoods of large number of Afghan population. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, with technical support from the partners, particularly FAO, conducted a rapid assessment with a view to understand the impact of pandemic on agriculture and food security. One of the major findings of this rapid impact assessment was that over 20% male and 28% female Farmers reported that they will not be able to plant the next crop, mainly due to lack of access to farm inputs. This would not only impact the household level food and nutrition security, but will also hinder their potential ability and access to sell their harvested crops. Due to global climate change, drought has become a recurring phenomenon in Afghanistan, is facing drought almost every 4 years. The country faced severe drought in 2018 that caused displacement of thousands of people across the country, affecting food security and livelihoods of millions of Afghans. Afghanistan Ministry of Agriculture worked closely together with FAO, supporting thousands of smallholders during this difficult time. Furthermore, in order to get better prepared against such events in future, Afghanistan Ministry of Agriculture requested FAO to support development of long-term drought risk management strategy. And we are happy to express that the effort resulted in a very comprehensive and concrete strategy with a vision to make drought-free Afghanistan. There are, however, other recurring shocks the country is facing, in particular, flash floods, transboundary plant, pest and animal diseases, earthquakes, avalanches, and etc., which unfortunately affect lives and livelihoods of thousands of families every year. In the meantime, Excellencies and delegates, I would like to also share with you the Afghanistan Ministry of Agriculture embarked on several ambitious and much needed initiatives in the agriculture sector. This include the implementation of various strategies and priority programs formulated recently, such as NRM strategy, Dryland Afghanistan strategy, policy and implementation plan, National Agriculture Extension Policy, National Irrigation Policy, Wheat Sector Plan, Animal Health Veterinary Law, National Livestock Development Strategy, National Agriculture Research Strategy and Policy, and National Strategy on Women in Agriculture, amongst the many others. Recently, we also initiated the Geographical Identification Project in 3 provinces on 3 agriculture products through our Agriculture Value Chain Strengthening Program implemented by FAO. Through these resources mobilized from the Global Environmental Funds, GF, we are improving our natural resources management, especially on sustainable management of rainland, forestry, and land, along with biodiversity conservation and carbon sequestration. In this regard, we are developing a center of excellence for NRM in Afghanistan within Ministry of Agriculture as well. Recently, Afghanistan Ministry of Agriculture has launched the post-harvest management at field level by implementing over 12,000 zero-energy cold storages for perishable fruits and vegetables across the country to store the farmer products while the trade in transit is affected by the COVID-19. And finally, at the policy level, together with FAO, we have recently conducted a study on a smart food and largely contributed to national food security and nutrition agenda of Afghanistan. Given the government of Afghanistan's strategic priorities and agriculture ministry's strategic objectives, I urge FAO RAP to support Afghanistan on the following. Number 1, support Afghanistan to become food nutrition secure country in near future, meeting the SDG goals, particularly SDG 2, facilitate strategic collaboration with other ongoing regional initiatives in cooperation that could benefit this country, provide technical knowledge how to enhance Ministry of Agriculture work to apply biotechnology for strengthening resilience in agriculture and food nutrition security and safety, help benefit from early warning system and measure for dealing with transboundary pest attacks and animal diseases and crop and livestock subsector. Support this ministry's capacity to manage risk of agriculture change, disaster, trade flows, agriculture value chain, and markets in agriculture sector, particularly from the perspective of environmental sustainability, strengthening biodiversity, and ecosystem-based adaptation. This ministry needs assistance in adopting innovations and good practices on integrated land, water management, and integrated livestock and rangeland management to address the changing risks in agriculture, NRM, and water sector. Strengthen the seed production and value chain system. Strengthen practical research initiated by this ministry on resilient dryland agriculture practices, integrated livestock rangeland management, livestock productivity, drought risk management, and water demand supply management. I would like to call upon member countries to share their experiences, initiatives, and technologies with the rest of the member countries in order to help each other. Finally, I would like to thank FAO RAP for giving me this opportunity to participate in this great regional conference. We are hopeful that the current peace talks and much awaited dialogue between the Afghan and opposition will lead us towards sustaining peace in the country, and agriculture will become the major sector to generate employment, ensure food and nutrition security, both export and help alleviate poverty in this country. I would like to extend my warm greetings again to all excellencies and delegates once again, and look forward to participating in highly enriching discussion and rest of the day and tomorrow. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Excellency Afghanistan. May I now call upon Australia for your statement.
Honourable Chair, Your Excellencies, Director General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Australian Minister for Agriculture, Drought and Emergency Management, the Honourable David Littleproud, would like me to convey the Australian Government's appreciation to the Royal Government of Bhutan and the FAO for their commitment to hosting this important regional conference. The Minister extends his apologies that he is unable to participate personally due to other pressing matters. The Australian Government is pleased that FAO Asia Pacific members can come together, albeit virtually, to discuss our common problems, share solutions, and celebrate our achievements. The COVID-19 pandemic threatens to undermine the Indo-Pacific's notable achievements in economic growth and poverty reduction over the past 2 decades, and is likely to further exacerbate food insecurity and malnutrition. Shortly after the declaration of the pandemic, Australia released its COVID-19 development response, Partnerships for Recovery, which highlights our vision of a stable, prosperous, resilient Indo-Pacific in the wake of COVID-19. Australia appreciated similar commitments from the FAO and other international organisations to refocus their efforts in light of the pandemic. The last few months have demonstrated the importance of keeping food supply chains operating and maintaining open, efficient and reliable agriculture and food markets. International trade helps to manage risks and allows food to move to where it is needed in times of crisis. At the same time, we know that it is also critically important to strengthen domestic value chains and boost local food production for achieving rural growth and the food security, particularly in the Pacific. Australia views the participation of the poor, especially women, in agriculture and food value chains as an important way to foster more inclusive economic growth and employment. The private sector, both in Australia and in our region, will be an essential partner for agriculture and economic development. Fisheries are an important source of food and income for the Pacific, and we appreciate the FAO's efforts to work closely with regional partners, including the Pacific community, to help ensure effective and sustainable management of this critical resource. Australia appreciates the FAO's ongoing commitment to reform and delivering strong governance structures aligned with the principles of accountability, inclusivity, and transparency. The FAO will play a very important role in contributing to the Indo-Pacific's economic recovery. Australia continues to be a strong supporter of the FAO's technical capacity building and international standard setting work. This provides the framework for agriculture development and broader economic growth, as well as safe food and reduced pest and disease risk. In partnership with the FAO and others in the region, Australia shares technical expertise and builds capacity to enhance agriculture innovation and improve border and biosecurity controls, particularly in the Pacific and Southeast Asia. Harnessing the potential of digital agriculture will be important to overcome multiple challenges, such as meeting the growing demand for food, sustainable resource management, building climate change resilience, and tackling malnutrition. Similarly, high-quality data and statistics will be crucial for early warning and monitoring of food security outcomes and for targeted policy making. Australia appreciates the FAO's efforts to strengthen its institutional capacity in these areas, including through the Hand in Hand initiative, the International Platform for Digital Food and Agriculture, and the Office for Innovation. Returning to the pressing issue of COVID-19, Australia welcomes the adoption of the World Health Assembly resolution on the COVID-19 response and appreciates the FAO's commitment to strengthening tripartite collaboration. Australia also called on the global community to identify high-risk practices within wildlife supply chains, including in wildlife wet markets, and develop a global framework to mitigate the risks of future zoonotic diseases with regard to local circumstances. Responding to the challenges of COVID-19 in the Indo-Pacific while keeping the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals front and centre will require significant effort from all of us. And Australia is committed to enhancing our partnerships in the Indo-Pacific and of course with the FAO as we attempt to minimise the human, economic and social costs of this pandemic and chart a course to recovery. Thank you, Chair.
Australia, may I now call upon Bangladesh for your statement. You have the floor, Excellency.
Honorable Chair, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry of Royal Kingdom of Bhutan, distinguished Director General of FAO, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. On behalf of Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Honorable Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh and its people, I extend greetings to you all. It is my great pleasure to address you today. It's an excellent opportunity for me to address participants of 35th Regional Conference of FAO. I also thank and congratulate Bhutan for hosting this conference and first ever in virtual forum. Bangladesh has made remarkable progress over the past 40 years in achieving food security despite frequent natural disaster, decreasing arable land, and encroaching salinization. We are now self-sufficient in cereal production, or we say grain, and the third largest in land fish producer in the world. In agriculture sector has grown 3.8% annually over the last decade, outpacing our population growth. Malnutrition and stunting are at an all-time low. Furthermore, the Bangladesh economy has been growing more than 7% each year for the last decade. We expect to graduate to middle income status in 4 years. To maintain growth in agriculture and continue to improve our progress towards food security, we are promoting policies and transition farms from subsistence to being good suppliers in a modern food system involving high-value crops, other agro-products, greater focus on agro-processing, and more efficient supply chain. Mechanization, diversity of cropping, commercialization, and food safety are key priorities for Bangladesh. These focus areas are will create faster and more inclusive rural growth and improve nutrition opportunities. In terms of nutrition security, Bangladesh boasts a robust food and nutrition policy framework. We are working towards building sustainable and resilient nutrition-sensitive food system. Flagship efforts include development of the second country investment plan, as we call CIP, on nutrition-sensitive food system, and I am also proud to say that the government recently approved the National Food and Nutrition Security Policy 2020, a policy formulated with the assistance of FAO. As well as finding ways to increase productivity, we need to concentrate on sustainable growth without adversely impacting the environment and adopting climate-smart strategies. We are among the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change, which poses a long-term threat to our country's agricultural sector, particularly in areas affected by flooding, saline intrusion, and drought. It is difficult to predict that long-term effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on food and nutrition security will be. The government of Bangladesh reacted promptly to ensure availability of food for the vulnerable and to guarantee continuity in the production of food by introducing a sizable stimulus packages for the farmers. But to address COVID-19 and other genetics challenges, we need to embrace One Health approach, recognize the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and our shared environment in order to achieve optimal health outcomes. The government of Bangladesh recognizes the excellent regional initiatives presented by our FAO colleagues in yesterday's session, in particular the effort to promote COVID-19 resource mobilization and moving from project to siloed approaches to a more systematic and integrated pragmatic manner. We are working towards a modern digital Bangladesh and fully support the regional and global initiative on innovation. The digitization of Bangladesh will also help create a unique platform that can help coordinate complex interaction between farmers, wholesalers, and consumers. To conclude, I would like to reconfirm that Government of Bangladesh works hand in hand initiative that has been initiated by FAO, its Asia Pacific Regional Office and Country Office as we overcome the unprecedented challenges imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic together and to achieve common development goals, including the SDGs. Bangladesh is fully committed to building a country and world without poverty, malnutrition, and hunger, leaving no one behind and in inclusive manner, while the country continues to strive to enter into upper middle income group in the next future. That's concluding year of SDG. Thank you, Honorable Chairman. It is an honor for me to thank you all, especially China, India, Bhutan, Philippines, Iran, Timor-Leste, and Thailand on behalf of the government of Bangladesh for all of your cordial and unanimous support to Bangladesh for hosting the 36th APRC to be held in 2022. We feel privileged to have this opportunity. We could not assemble in Bhutan. That's unfortunate. I hope in 2022 there won't be COVID-19 epidemic or pandemic, and we'll be able to assemble in capital city of Dhaka of Bangladesh. Thank you again for relying on us and putting confidence on Bangladesh. Looking forward to see you all in Bangladesh in 2022. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Now, may I call upon Bhutan, Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Forests will represent Bhutan in this statement. Tasharinzin, you have the floor.
Plus, His Excellency Lumboy Ishpenjo, Honorable Minister for Ministry of Agriculture and Forests, and the Chairperson for the 35th APRC, Excellency the Director General of the FAO, distinguished Head of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me extend a very warm welcome to the 35th session of the APRC. I, on behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan and on my own behalf, would like to thank the member countries and the FAO for providing the opportunity to host the 35th session of APRC to Bhutan. As we all know, APRC is an important platform for member countries to deliberate and prioritize opportunities and challenges to improve food and nutrition security, sustainable economic growth, and raise living standards in the Asia-Pacific region. In the past, this forum provided member countries to realign their focus to SDGs and make a shared vision for the region. However, as we all know, the year 2020 brought a new global challenge, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has threatened the global food system. It has provided us a realization that a pandemic can cripple not only the food system, but largely the livelihood systems of the countries. In this harsh situation, FAO has played a crucial role in connecting the member countries, mobilizing timely resource, information, and knowledge to cope with the deteriorating food and nutrition situation of the member countries. Excellencies, in Bhutan, agriculture continues to be a priority sector with 58% of the population engaged in farming and contributing to about 16.86% to GDP. Agriculture is challenged with declining arable land, rugged terrain, human-wildlife conflict, small landholding, low volume, lack of aggregation and value addition, and aging farmers. Additionally, farming in Bhutan is characterized by limited mechanization and weak value chain. Bhutanese agriculture is also vulnerable to climate change impacts like climate hazards and extreme events such as flash floods, glacial lake outburst floods, windstorms, forest fires, landslides, drying up of spring water sources, etc. The challenge now and in the future is to produce more with less. Amidst these challenges, Bhutan has recognized sustainable development as the way to secure peaceful, harmonious, and a happy future. We have aligned our development plans towards achieving climate resilient and carbon neutral development. Bhutan has committed to maintaining at least 6% of our land under forest cover at all times. Excellencies, on 6th of March 2020, when the first COVID-19 positive case was detected, and subsequently when WHO declared COVID-19 as a global pandemic on 11th March, Bhutan saw a different turn in her history. As COVID-19 gradually crippled many countries across the globe, Bhutanese, under the far-sighted leadership of His Majesty the King, saw preparedness plans in all fronts of political, social, and economic. From among many initiatives, the most astounding one was the Food Security Action Plan, such as the Contingency Food Production Plan, Food Security Reserve, Agriculture Supply Chain, and Marketing Groups. Despite the lockdown and disrupted regional trade, Bhutanese were fortunate to have an uninterrupted supply of essential food items at the normal price. Excellencies, it is a proud moment for me to inform that the Baroness Petra Jane Bascom, the Undersecretary of State for Work and Pensions, United Kingdom, during the House of Lords debate on May 18th, paid a special tribute to His Majesty the King and congratulated Bhutan's effort to control the COVID-19 pandemic in her statement. We appreciate this kind gesture. I also take the opportunity to inform this August gathering that the FAO has been an important partner during this formidable time posed by the COVID-19. Excellencies, to bring to the context of this conference, let me raise few priority areas that Bhutan aspires to achieve in the agriculture sector. Founded on the principle of gross national happiness, agriculture development in Bhutan seeks to secure safe and healthy environment, ecologically balanced sustainable development, economic self-reliance, private sector engagement, and enhancement of livelihoods. Poised by the mandate and confronted with perils of climate, biotic and abiotic stresses, and food trade, Bhutan operates within the set mission of ensuring sustainable social and economic well-being of the Bhutanese people through adequate access to food and natural resources. Guided by this broad national agriculture development agenda and challenges, Bhutan fully commits and will align to the 7 umbrella programs proposed by the FAO. Anticipating a challenging road ahead to bring normalcy in food security and agriculture value chain, FAO has to be bold and come forward in garnering larger international support and engage more intimately with the member countries to revitalize the agriculture sector. To this effect, we also see the need to enhance resources of FAO office in Bhutan to enable it to uphold the aspiration of the Bhutanese agriculture sector. Excellencies, in conclusion, please allow me to express our sincere gratitude to all the member countries for a very active and engaging participation in the 35th session of the APRC. Our partnership, built on a common agenda of resilient food system, has once again proven our collective strength to fight all adversaries, however devastating it may be. It is worth mentioning how successful the 35th session of the APRC was. The shared agenda emanating from this efficiently organized virtual conference is a testimony of the commitment of FAO and its member countries to the SDGs and humanity in general. Lastly, I am confident that the strong alliance among the FAO member countries will go a long way to sustain our agriculture and food systems. With this, let me wish great success on the partnership between FAO and the regional countries, and we look forward for continued participation, cooperation, and commitment for the common good of our humanity. Thank you, and Tashidale.
Ashra, for your statement representing Bhutan. May I now call on the pre-recorded video statement from Cambodia, followed by China.
Excellency Lee Yong-po Yese Penju, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Forest of Bhutan. Excellency Gu Dongyu, Director General of FAO, Excellency Chung Jin Kim, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative of FAO, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the conference. On behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia and the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery, I would like to sincerely thank FAO for our excellent partnership and the support to Cambodia and the MAF. It is a good time to draw our attention to the decade of action which call for accelerating sustainable solution for improved result delivery and to address the global crisis of COVID-19, to address climate change, food insecurity, and demand shock, and remove the disruption of the food supply and demand chain. We all know too well that what we have to achieve, but we need our spirit of solidarity, commitment, and unity to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal. Cambodia has already aligned national agricultural policy and strategy toward the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal. The Royal Government of Cambodia long-term vision is to transform Cambodia in order to become an upper middle income country by 2030 and high income country by 2050. To achieve this vision, the MAF have established 6 important strategic objectives and started in the Agricultural Development Policy 2021-2030 and it actionable agricultural strategic master plan 2030. The first is to enhance the competitiveness of agricultural value chain. The ministry, in close cooperation with FAO and development partner, with focus on productivity enhancement and profit generation in the value chain of rice, seasonable crop, rubber and other agro-industrial crop, fishery and livestock. Second, the next 10 years, we will also strengthen the supporting infrastructure and increase trade facilitating effort in agriculture. To meet this aim, we concentrate on irrigation system, rural farm, road, electricity price reduction for enterprises and agricultural community, the promotion of e-agriculture and use of digital platform in production and trade facilitation. Third, we will also promote sustainable land, forestry and fishery resources management in environmentally and socio-economically sound way. Fourth, institutional and human capacity development are central for achievement of our strategic objective. Fifth, in addition, we are now faced with the challenges and disruption that COVID-19 crisis brought to our country, to the region and to the world. While countries have been hit differently, we can only jointly solve the hardship together for our people, particularly our smallholder farmer and the agri-businesses. Well-targeted emergency relief have to go hand in hand with coherent support to keep the vital agricultural trade flowing. This crisis has emphasized the need for regional and international cooperation to strengthen our agriculture and food system. Last but not least, partnership, coordination, and active participation from all concerned ministry, institution, technical entity, and DP are invaluable to achieve the vision and goal. The ministry has been committed to partnership with a smooth cooperation using existing government DP coordination structure and approaches. Excellency Chairman, all members of the conference, I would like to thank FAO for the excellent partnership and collaboration with MAF. To further strengthen this partnership and cooperation between the ministry and FAO, the Royal Government of Cambodia, through the ministry, has allocated a location for the FAO representation with the office construction to start soon. Finally, I hope this conference will enhance more commitment, stronger international cooperation, and we will be united more than our to fight the COVID-19, hunger, climate change, and poverty. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Cambodia. May I now call on China for to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, Your Excellency, Director General, Ministers, and delegates. This year is unusual. It sees the spread of the COVID-19, frequent natural disasters, the deteriorating food security and nutrition status in the world. Facing up to the unprecedented challenges, FAO, under the leadership of Director General Dr. Che, has launched the Hand in Hand initiative, started reforms to introduce a flatter organizational structure and made efforts to build new partnerships. As FAO becomes more open, inclusive, transparent, and efficient, it is better positioned to tackle the coronavirus and major natural disasters, while improve and achieve in global governance of food and agriculture. China applauds FAO's work and will continue to support FAO like in the past. The Chinese government is highly committed to agriculture and has always made food security a top priority. In 2019, grain production created a historical record. Farmers' income doubled that of 2010, and the number of rural poor was reduced by more than 11 million. This year, China has managed to produce 142.8 million metric tons out of the summer crops under the menace of COVID-19. Going forward, China will spare no effort to sustain production and guarantee supply, accelerate agricultural transformation and upgrading, and deepen supply-side structural reforms to achieve sound quantitative and qualitative growth, improve rural residents' well-being, and develop rural sectors. Mr. Chairperson, Director General, and delegates, agriculture should be our anchor, especially when we have to confront risks. This is even more true as we face challenges posed by COVID-19 and food security. The first half of 2020 witnessed disturbing food export restrictions by some countries, violent volatility in global agricultural markets, and the desert locust threat to global food production. The nutrition state of vulnerable population in the world has further worsened as a consequence of the virus, and the total number of hungry people may reach 132 million, with an addition of 83 million globally in 2020. In a time of great danger, we must rise up as one to fight against COVID-19 and safeguard world food security. To this end, I'd like to make 3 proposals. First, we need to ensure agri-food availability and stabilize agricultural trade. Second, we need to conduct result-oriented cooperation to ward off risks from transboundary plant and animal diseases. Third, we need to share knowledge and experience. Members in Asia and the Pacific have distinctive strength and endowments. We need to combine our advantages to propel common development through stronger agricultural transformation and experience sharing, technical cooperation and policy alignment by means of workshops and training. Before I wrap up, I'd like to wish the conference a resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Thank you, China. Now, may I call upon Cook Islands, followed by PG.
Kia ora. Kia ora tātou katoa. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and observers, it is my honor to address you as the Secretary of Agriculture on behalf of the Cook Islands Minister for Agriculture, the Honourable Rose Brown, who is unable to join us this evening. On behalf of the people and the government of the Cook Islands, I extend a warm kia ora and mete ki maata to FAO for facilitating this virtual session of the 35th FAO Asia Pacific Regional Conference, and to the Kingdom of Bhutan for hosting this meeting. Kia ora to the FAO Director. Thank you for FAO's continued assistance to member countries, persevering with the safe management of our people and resources through this challenging time in the world's history. The COVID-19 pandemic is unprecedented in its global impact. At the country level, we have responded with swift and strong measures to ensure the protection of our people from COVID-19 and the national security threats it poses to the health, livelihoods, food, and economic security of our nation. We have carefully planned and implemented programs to alleviate the consequence that closing our borders has had on our health and economic sectors. The Cook Islands' renewed and determined focus on our primary sector is vital to our economic recovery, as our reliance on tourism has been severely compromised by the pandemic. Rising unemployment levels, reduced revenue generation, and the need for assistance from development partners has highlighted the need for innovation and economic diversification as part of our rebuilding strategy. Concentrating action on food supply chains and improving primary production to ensure the availability of food supply, access to markets and trade, and economic stimulus is essential. The Ministry of Agriculture's Agriculture Recovery Support Package for commercial and non-commercial growers was established to sustain the agriculture sector for a prolonged period. Assistance with agricultural diversification through innovation and the production of climate-smart and nutrient-dense crops for enhancing crop biodiversity is both a need and priority for the Cook Islands. Coastal and offshore fisheries continue to be an important resource in sustaining our food security and our economy. Demand and pressure on coastal fisheries resources to support local communities and livelihoods has increased, and therefore the need to ensure that sustainable management practices, both traditional and contemporary, are reinforced. The importance of maintaining business continuity in our offshore sector, especially our tuna fisheries, lends its importance to the social, economic, and development goals of our country, which has never been more pronounced. As we reset our primary industries and work towards rebuilding our economy, we must remain vigilant in keeping the Cook Islands COVID-19 free. In this respect, the protection of our borders is critical, and initiatives such as the recent development of COVID-19 operating protocols for the fishing sector, developed by Pacific Islands Foreign Fisheries Agency, countries are essential to minimize the risk of transmission and to manage the health and economic impacts of COVID-19. In planning for the next few years, our agriculture and fisheries sectors are tasked to identify and create new pathways towards ecologically sustainable fisheries and carefully managed agroecological farming. broadening the range of value-added products, establishing new livelihood options, supporting detailed enhancement of domestic value chains, changes to production methods, and seeking to establish the Cook Islands in international niche markets is critical to the diversification of our economy. Critically, we are seeking support from partners to build up our capacity to step up to these challenges. Our primary industries must also improve resilience to climate change through adaptive methods, using new and better technologies to improve and increase production and processing techniques. Our biosecurity systems must be robust to prevent intrusions by exotic pests and disease that threaten our way of life, our unique island environment and ecosystems, and the health and well-being of our communities. Utilizing emerging technologies will support our aim of advancing national capabilities and in stepping up our efforts to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing within our EEZ and region, with our Pacific partners to safeguard our marine resources. The collaboration and unity gained nationally, regionally, and internationally during the COVID-19 situation is the key to take us through this recovery phase and to reposition primary industries at the forefront of a long-term vision for a strong and vibrant economy based upon a model of efficiency, diversification, and sustainability. We look to the FAO and our development partners to aid the implementation of our new focus. Together, with the strength of our people, we will achieve our long-term vision. Honorable Chair, thank you for giving the Cook Islands this opportunity to speak. Kia ora e kia manuia.
Thank you, Cook Islands. Now, may I call upon Fiji, followed by India.
Bulavinaka, Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. The government of Fiji recognizes the work that FAO has undertaken in the provision of technical support, particularly in the policy development and planning, and when partnering with the government of Fiji, created opportunities for value-adding, uprooting multidimensional vulnerabilities, and crafting an environment that is resilient and sustainable. With the help of FAO, the government of Fiji is exploring alternatives to build more sustainable and resilient food systems in light with the current COVID-19 crisis and pre-existent vulnerabilities to climate-related shocks. The government of Fiji is currently undertaking a reform process to modernize the agriculture sector, harness its full potential, and improve food and nutrition security for all Fijians. Two primary objectives will be achieved through this review, and these are securing the country for its food and nutrition requirements and progressively expanding agriculture to its full potential to raise national income and become the leading export earner for the country. At the same time, addressing secondary objectives in improving the livelihoods of rural communities, provide employment opportunities, and use sustainable agricultural practice to mitigate climate change issues. Further to the above, there are a series of policies and initiatives formulated to bolster agricultural output and growth. The policy realizes agriculture's aspiration for growth beyond, targeting incremental growth and spearheading a paradigm shift in agriculture. Some of the policies that are undergoing consultation include National Food and Nutrition Security Policy, which was developed using a multi-sectoral approach which addresses food and nutrition security from complementary perspectives. The multi-sectoral approach will ensure that production is increased, multidimensional vulnerabilities are eliminated, and shocks are absorbed. Fiji recognizes that through FAO's partnership, designing and implementing comprehensive programs and coherent public policies and address of food environment where consumers make their food related decisions. This is the only way to achieve real impact. The food systems approach can facilitate the identification of leverage points along the continuum from production to consumption. The approach also requires that different sectors mainstream nutrition and work together to push the transformation of different parts of food systems. As food security cannot only be addressed as an agricultural issue, obesity and anemia cannot be seen as a mere health problem. Fiji's national policy for food and nutrition security is a huge step, as it is aimed at bringing together the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health and Medical Services, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism, Ministry of Youth and Sports, and Ministry of Fisheries. The approval of this policy will set the screen for multi-sectoral coordination. But for it to be actually implemented, more practical commitment is needed, especially reviewing the different actions proposed to each of the 6 ministries included in the action plan of the policy. It's necessary step to identify interventions with bigger potential and prioritize accordingly. The relevant ministries' work plans have taken into account the policy and aligned it with general strategy, including an allocated budget. The policy developed is to absorb shocks, create strategies for the informal sector, and promote gender equality. Another key area of interest in Fiji would be enhancing research capabilities and facilities in the crop and livestock sector and utilization of non-timber or non-wood forest products. This will improve livelihoods and realize full potential of agroforestry and agriculture sector. In the meantime, Fiji stands to welcome FAO's technical support to assist with agroforestry policy and planning. Technical assistance is also sought for the reduction of post-harvest losses of horticultural crops along the value chain. This will ensure reduced cost of production and increase profitability of all players along the value chain. Now, with respect to growing aquaculture rapidly for the next 3 to 10 years, Fiji would request the following: support for aquaculture development, technical support and capacity building in business and entrepreneurial skills to support the growth of aquaculture production system, engagement of stakeholders across the aquaculture value chain to improve full participation, ensuring gender equality and inclusion of vulnerable groups, development of aquaculture innovative technologies on feed and seed production, and support the development of good governance and administrative framework for aquaculture development to upscale Fiji's food systems. Fiji is honored and grateful for this platform, and we wish to thank FAO for all the opportunity to provide an insight on how to build better by discussing the needs of the country. Thank you very much, Chairman Vinaka.
Fiji. May I now call on the distinguished delegate from India for this statement, followed by Indonesia.
नमस्ते। 35वें एशिया प्रशांत क्षेत्रीय सम्मेलन के मंत्री स्तरीय सत्र के आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, महामहिम येशे पेंजीर, कृषि और वन मंत्री भूटान शाही साम्राज्य की सरकार, माननीय श्री यू डोंगयू, एफएओ के महानिर्देशक, एफएओ परिषद के सभापति, अन्य एशियाई और प्रशांत देशों से आए हुए माननीय मंत्रीगण, विभिन्न
Your Excellency, Mr. Chu Dong-yu, Director General of FAO, Chairperson of FAO Council, honorable ministers from other Asian and Pacific countries, heads of various international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you all warm greetings from the people of India. My thanks to the Royal Government of Bhutan and FAO for convening this important meeting of agriculture ministers of the Asia-Pacific region to deliberate on various challenges facing the agriculture sector, addressing national and regional needs in the face of the current unprecedented pandemic, compounded by climate change and consequent challenges of maintaining supply chains of safe, nutritious food. This meeting gives us an opportunity to reaffirm our resolve to continue to work together to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goal of Zero Hunger, together with ensuring livelihoods for the farmers and assisting supply chains across borders. Our Prime Minister has been spearheading assistance to other countries in this time of need, and I can assure you that the agriculture sector will not falter in any way. The current crisis presented many challenges to us, as it did to the world, but I'm extremely proud to share that we in India, with supportive policies and determination of all stakeholders, completed all farming and related activities as per our seasonal requirements, of course with strict adherence to SOPs of health protocols and social distancing. The progressive agriculture marketing reforms and IT-enabled processes initiated were taken up in earnest by the states, since the first priority was to decongest wholesale markets. Our main focus has been to empower our small farmers through a cluster approach to harness their joint potential and bring to their doorstep appropriate infrastructure so as to transform Indian agriculture into an enterprise. We recognize our responsibility in a closely connected global space. A flexible approach has been adopted for facilitating imports from other countries. Digital copies of phytosanitary certificates are being accepted. Consistent with the needs of our citizens, we reaffirm that we will contribute to our shared efforts to ensure food security for all. India took care not to disturb the world food supply chain and continued to export agri-commodities as it did earlier. The Asia-Pacific region contributes immensely to the fisheries resources of the world. The interest of small-scale fisheries farmers within the context of the future of the fisheries roadmap has to be protected for food security and poverty reduction. I would also like to highlight that the Asia-Pacific region has been affected by transboundary pests like locusts and the fall armyworm. India took up timely control of operations on a massive scale, helping and offering help to other affected countries too, thanks to which a potential calamity was averted in the country. We are the first country to use drones for spraying pesticides for the control of locusts after finalizing the required protocols. India is willing to share her experiences and work with FAO to assist other countries in the event of a recurrence of such attacks. I further urge FAO to find innovative solutions, evidence-based analysis, and partnerships to develop multi-sectoral solutions to the challenges of water scarcity, climate change, hunger, and nutrition. Neighbors First is a policy of our government, and I take this opportunity to reaffirm that the agriculture sector will live up to the aspirations of the region. We will collaborate in exchange for best practices in research and development and programmatic interventions to step up production and productivity of agri-produce with the sustainable use of natural resources and develop robust agri-value chains for the benefit of the people of our countries. Thank you and Jai Hind.
संसाधनों के सतत उपयोग के साथ कृषि उत्पादों के उत्पादन और उत्पादकता को बढ़ाने के लिए अनुसंधान और विकास तथा सर्वोत्तम योजनाबद्ध गतिविधियों के आदान प्रदान में सहयोग करेंगे और अपने अपने देशों के लोगों के लाभ के लिए सशक्त कृषि मूल्य श्रृंखला विकसित करेंगे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Namaskar, Mantriji. Thank you for your statement. May I now call upon Indonesia, which I believe is also the floor.
Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I am privileged to speak on behalf of my government at this 35th Ministerial Session of the FAO Asia-Pacific Regional Conference. My appreciation goes to the work done by the FAO and the Royal Government of Bhutan for organizing this important meeting. We commend the role of the FAO in promoting and supporting sustainable development, as well as in formulating a strategy for world food security. Ladies and gentlemen, at this unprecedented time, this forum has become critical for discussing our priorities in order to ensure policy consistency among countries in the Asia-Pacific region. Today, Indonesia's agriculture accounts for about 14% of our gross domestic product and provides employment for almost half of our population. Amid the dynamic development of the region, the government of Indonesia continues to play an important role in addressing rural employment, improving farming families' incomes, and ensuring national food security. The Ministry of Agriculture recently launched its new 5-year strategic development plan covering the years 2020-2024. The plan aims to achieve an independent, modernized, and prosperous agriculture by increasing food security as well as agricultural competitiveness. The strategy actually highlights the shift that's afoot from an approach based on production to an approach that's based around food systems. We believe that achieving food security in Indonesia will make an important contribution to the security in terms of food of the region and broader, that is, global food security. Mr. Chairperson, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, I should like to once again thank the Royal Government of Bhutan for organizing this FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific, the 35th edition. I thank you.
Bapak Ibu sekalian yang sama saya hormati, Kementerian Pertanian baru saja meluncurkan rencana pembangunan strategis, kami singkat RENSRA, 5 tahun untuk periode 2020-2024.
In this regard, to sustain the availability of food for all in this new normal era, we've developed a set of policies called the 4 Ways of Action. First, increasing production capacity by accelerating rice planting, converting suboptimal land into farmland, as well as third, expanding new cultivation areas for strategic commodities. The second part of the plan is local food diversification through promotion of local wisdom-based dietary diversification and optimal utilization of homeyards and marginal land so as to produce local healthy food through a sustainable food garden program, which is part of our commitment to the UN Decade of Family Farming. Third, strengthening the food reserves and logistics system by developing food reserves at the provincial and community levels, as well as improving the national food logistics system for stabilizing supply and prices. Fourth, the development of modern agriculture through the promotion of agricultural mechanization, smart farming, food estates, and farmers' corporations.
Despite the economic slowdown, which has been engendered by the COVID-19 pandemic, our efforts have resulted in an increase in GDP growth in the agricultural sector, equivalent to about 2.19% compared to the previous year, so year on year. What we've also achieved is agricultural sector growth of 16.24% compared to the previous quarter. According to the Global Food Security Index, Indonesia's food security ranking improved from 74th place back in 2015 to 62nd in the year 2019, so last year. The prevalence of stunting also declined from 30.8% in the year 2018 to 27.67% in 2019. Going forward, Indonesia will continue to work in synergy with the FAO and the other two UN Rome-based agencies with a view to addressing the ongoing impacts of the COVID-19 crisis on food systems, and we will also endeavour to take necessary measures to improve Indonesia's resilience. Last but not least, I would like to call on our fellow excellencies and partners to beef up our collaboration and support the Hand-in-Hand initiative. Through South-South as well as triangular cooperation, we stand ready to share our experiences with every country in the region, the Asia-Pacific region, and also further afield, working in tandem so as to contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in these very challenging times. Mr. Chairperson, thank you for your kind attention.
Konteks saat ini, Indonesia akan terus bersinergi dengan FAO serta dua badan PBB, bidang pangan dan pertanian lainnya yang berbasis di Roma, International Fund for Agriculture Development atau IFID dan World Food Program atau WFP dalam menangani dampak krisis COVID-19 pada sistem pangan serta mengambil tindakan-tindakan yang diperlukan untuk meningkatkan ketahanan pangan yang ada di Indonesia. Akhirnya, saya ingin mengajak sesama Yang Mulia Menteri Pertanian seluruh Asia Pasifik, serta mitra lainnya yang memperkuat kolaborasi, untuk memperkuat kolaborasi dan mendukung berbagai inisiatif FAO melalui kerjasama Selatan-Selatan dan Triangular South and Triangular Cooperation. Indonesia siap untuk berbagi pengalaman dari kami pada setiap negara di kawasan ini dan tentu saja belahan dunia lainnya, bersama-sama untuk berkontribusi dalam mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan, Sustainable Development Goals. Saya kira itu yang dapat kami sampaikan. Salam kami dari Indonesia. Ridha Tuhan bersama kita semua. Sekian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Indonesia. May I once again request all the excellencies, distinguished delegates to limit your statements to 3 minutes because we are running very badly behind the scheduled time. With this, may I now call upon the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement. The floor is yours, which will be followed by Japan.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to express my gratitude and appreciation to the government of Bhutan for the proper hosting of this virtual meeting. I also express my gratitude to the Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization. I'm so pleased to join the 35th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. Excellencies, major global trends, especially climate change, have affected our agricultural and rural activities and made them vulnerable. Among the consequences of climate change and related risks that have engulfed us in recent years, we can refer to soil erosion, desertification, forest and pasture fires, floods, and influx of invasive pests. Iran has followed adaptive strategies such as changing the cultivating season, changing cultivars, using new technologies, transferring cultivation from outdoor to indoor, limiting the cultivation of some crops such as rice in some geographical areas, increasing the volume of newly stored water through watershed management operations, soil erosion control, and also increase of forage production. However, tackling these problems requires the use of international and regional scientific capacities. I hope this meeting will take the necessary steps in this direction. Ladies and gentlemen, FAO plays an important role in reducing poverty and increasing food security in member countries. In today's world, the role and potential of the international cooperation in preventing climate change, climate and social crisis cannot be ignored. The FAO member states have fulfilled an important share of their international responsibility in the form of multilateral cooperation. Existence of a specialized center in the organization is an important proof of this claim. Climate change, drought, soil erosion, price fluctuations, wars, hegemonic policies, and COVID-19 have fueled insecurity and intensified underdevelopment in some parts of the world. By relying on common views, FAO can help thwart expansionist policies and develop people's livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, in its growth and development process, the agriculture sector needs profound changes in the use of production input. Initiatives such as using modern and low-cost technologies, taking into account the problem of rural employment, replacing the elderly, illiterate and risk-aversion labor force with a skilled one, integrating agricultural production and trade, managing the devastating effects of climate change, preventing mass migration of villagers, and controlling poverty in rural areas are all affected by two key factors: management and investment. To make all agricultural activities economics, we are required to enhance the productivity in the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector has historically suffered from backwardness in the use of capital. In order to exploit investment capacities in the agricultural sector of the Asia-Pacific region, two approaches inside and outside the region should be highlighted. The source of a large volume of foreign investment flows in the world is related to Asia-Pacific. Therefore, paying special attention to investment in the agricultural sector of the countries in this region can meet a large part of the capital needs of this sector. It seems that through a comprehensive joint planning, the countries of the Asia-Pacific region can provide the necessary basis for attracting foreign capital to their agriculture sector. Dear colleagues, nowadays farmers are faced with many challenges on the way to more and better production with fewer resources, producing affordable commodities while creating fewer environmental problems, climate changes, and emerging markets are all part of the challenges of the agriculture sector. Digital technologies can help solve these challenges. They can help farmers produce more food and analyze climate pattern and biodiversity. Through digital technologies, we can use sensors to identify the pests. These technologies can be used as soil and plant surveillance tools. We can use digital technologies to enjoy proper management, to reduce need for pesticides and harmful chemicals, and to make use for the Internet of Things, IoT, to connect all parts of the value chain to each other. New technologies make it possible to track food from the farm to the table. Farmers and managers in the agricultural sector can produce more customized and specific food products based on the growing needs of consumers. Satellite systems are designed to increase production efficiency, monitoring and analysis of agricultural data by sensor systems can be used in irrigation management for crops that consume a lot of water. By using these types of technologies, sustainable agriculture is to be achieved. Excellencies, it might hope that we will be able to respond together to issues that we have in a common and achieve our universal objectives. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation to organizer of this great virtual conference. Thank you for your attention.
For your statement. May I now call upon Japan, followed by Lao PTR. Japan, you have the floor.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, it is my great honor to address the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific on behalf of the Government of Japan. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to Dr. Chu Dong-yu, Director General of FAO, Dr. Jin Kim, Assistant Director General, FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, and his staff for organizing this important event. I would also like to extend my sincerest gratitude to the government of Bhutan for all its dedication to the conference. Today, I would like to share 3 topics with you: measures against COVID-19, food and nutrition issues, and important issues regarding globalization. Firstly, I will start with the measures against COVID-19. The spread of COVID-19 has jeopardized the world food supply chain in the Asia-Pacific region. It is important to ensure the continuity of the process of agricultural production, shipment, and distribution, as well as to secure agricultural inputs. This will also contribute to reducing the number of hungry people in the Asia-Pacific region and ensuring world food security. Specifically, it is critical to ensure substantial supply destinations, transparency of international foods and input markets, and providing timely information, such as utilizing the Agricultural Market Information System, or the AMIS, as well as by establishing a short supply chain through local production for local consumption. The second issue concerns the Food System Summit and Tokyo Nutrition for Growth Summit. The impact of COVID-19 has strongly affected the lives of people going hungry. As with London and Rio, which hosted the last 2 Olympics and Paralympics Games, Japan will host the Tokyo Nutrition for Growth Summit in December 2021. The achievement of the Food System Summit will be passed on to the Tokyo Nutrition for Growth Summit thereby enhancing the momentum to tackle a wide range of nutrition-related issues. Furthermore, it is also necessary to promote sustainable, well-balanced, and healthy diet, considering changes caused by the current COVID-19 pandemic. And thirdly, I would like to mention important issues regarding globalization. At the Food Systems Summit, dealing with threat of transboundary animal disease and plant pests and leveraging digital agriculture are also important during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, African swine fever and fall armyworm are huge global risks. To tackle these, proactive measures and cooperation with OIE and IPPC are essential. Regarding leveraging digital agriculture, Japan will contribute to disseminating technologies in the Asia-Pacific region. An executive of a national agricultural institution in Japan will introduce these issues in more detail in Byte Sustain Our Bytes tomorrow. Chairperson, Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen, Japan will continue to work with FAO, other relevant organizations and countries to address global challenges. Furthermore, we will contribute to achieving Agenda 2030. Thank you very much for your kind attention. ありがとうございます。
Arigato gozaimasu, Excellency Japan, for your statement. May I now call upon Lao PDR, which I believe is a recorded video.
Good day to you all, Excellency Chair, Director General of FAO, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, as well as the government of Lao PDR, I am delighted to be part of the 35 Asia Pacific Regional Conference, as this is important forum to discuss a challenge related to the food security, nutrition, and agriculture. I am also very pleased to learn that this year APRC will also discuss innovation and digital technology that are helping to improve the food security and nutrition. The new DG hand-in-hand initiative, water management, and other topics. Before I start, I would like to highlight that this year APRC is organized during the most difficult time of our lifetime due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which already imposed the major shock on the Lao PDR. In the Lao PDR following year, the GDP growth average in excess of the 7% growth in the 2020 will be severely impacted. Lao PDR is a pathway through the development of the 9 National Socio-Economic Development Plan, which will be the master document guiding the government policy making from 2021 to 2025. But we are now revising the plan once again. The effect of the COVID-19, therefore, guide a structured process to consider necessary adjustment to plan while they are being developed, but to ensure the key focus on priority and that target remain achievable. Bringing experience, lesson learned, and what we discussed at the country level, I would like to highlight some key points for addressing food and nutrition security and according to the key theme of this year APRC. First and most on the water management, multi-sector institutional coordination and capacity are great importance. Here is the need for the key institutional to prepare a roadmap and develop a plan for water use by its sector. In order to save water, the agriculture sector would focus on new crop variety and climate smart crop and livestock production. We need to value water as the key resources. Second, I would like to draw our attention to innovation and digital technology for agriculture production. We must accelerate our effort on capitalization of data. Here is the need for good data collection system and good data analysis. In particular, here is the need for farmer and the policymaker to have access to data and information. I would also like to stress the importance of linking technology, innovation, and for disaster risk management and preparedness. Last but not least, I would like to highlight the priority of the FAO for the next 2 years, some of the key areas. The first one, support implementation of the National Agriculture Development Strategy through better alignment and harmonized approach. Secondly, capacity strengthening. FAO should assist Lao PDR in capacity strengthening its own level from the national to community level. Collaboration with other countries, South-South collaboration should be focused and for Lao PDR to learn from other countries. Smallholder should be focused intervention. These are some of the key areas that Lao PDR would like to put on the table to simulate discussion over the course of consultation concerning key topic to the APRC 35. I will stop here, and before I end my remark, I encourage all of us to be frank and provide constructive feedback in the accordance, inclusive and forward-looking manner. I wish the APRC success and look forward to working with the FAO and our partner in the year to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lao PDR. May I now call upon Malaysia for the statement. The floor is yours, Malaysia.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Director General, Mr. Independent Chairperson of the Council, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies and Delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Malaysia would like to join others in thanking and congratulating the Royal Government of Bhutan and FAO Secretariat for the excellent arrangement of this virtual conference. I would like to congratulate FAO for the reports that were discussed at the senior official meeting, in particular the progress that has been achieved in Asia and the Pacific. This provides good policy considerations for us at the national level and collectively at the regional level to respond and act towards achieving the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goal SDGs. The devastating and unprecedented impact of the COVID-19 pandemic transcends borders, and it subjects many countries to adopt and adapt into a new norm. It is high time for us to review some of our priorities in order to better brace ourselves for any global health crisis in the future. This includes improving the state of food security, particularly in developing countries. During the initial stage of the pandemic, Malaysia's food system was affected due to the sudden halt across the food distribution chain. However, food supply remains stable and under control as a result of immediate intervention and constant monitoring of the situation on the ground by the Malaysian government. Mr. Chairperson, in line with the desire to ensure the implementation of a more holistic and sustainable agriculture, the government of Malaysia has established a high-level cabinet committee on the National Food Security Policy on the 25th March 2020. The committee is chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister and comprises of ministers, senior government officers, academicians, agri-food experts, private sectors, industry players, and NGOs to identify issues pertinent to food security. Mr. Chairperson, in the last APRC held in Fiji, we shared our commitment to further align national policy framework with 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. In Malaysia, the National Agro-Food Policy 2011 to 2022 guides our policy decisions on agriculture and the food systems. The objective of the policy are to ensure food security and safety, to develop the agro-food industry to be competitive and sustainable, and to increase the income of agriculture entrepreneurs. As the National Agro-Food Policy is nearing its final year, National Agro-Food Policy 2021-2030 is currently being drafted to outline a new policy direction for the agro-food industry. Several global and domestic challenges affecting food supply will be evaluated before formulating suitable policy. The main policy thrust of the new National Agro-Food Policy includes embracing modernizations in smart agriculture, producing demand-driven and export-oriented products, building talent that meets demand of the industry, advancing towards sustainable agriculture practices and inclusivity, and creating conducive business ecosystem and robust international institutional framework. Mr. Chairperson, in Malaysia's point of view, the understanding, strategy, and impact of implementing a sustainable food system in members' countries should be shared for the benefit of all countries. We opine that the goal of sustainable food system is to meet food security demands without compromising the well-being and ability of future generations to fulfill their needs, as well as safeguarding the natural resources. Malaysia will come for further collaboration with FAO, particularly in the aspect of sustainable agriculture and technology application, through policy dialogue and medium to long-term exchange of technical expertise. Malaysia looks forward to strengthening national agriculture investment capacities and innovative financing mechanism to address domestic policy and make investment more sustainable. Through this, FAO could help Malaysia to foster a supportive environment for better investments in food security, nutrition, and rural development. With that, I thank you, Mr. Chair.
For your statement. Before I give the floor to Maldives, I have an announcement to share with all the distinguished delegates. After the completion of the statements, we will have a hand-in-hand initiative once again. I believe some of our member countries have missed their opportunity to display their hand-in-hand initiatives. So we will give an opportunity towards the end of the country statements. Thank you. May I now call upon Maldives for your statement, followed by Mongolia.
Honorable Chair, His Excellency Leompoi Yeshe Penjo, Minister of Agriculture and Forests, Director General of FAO, Dr. Ju Tongju, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Government of Maldives, I would like to thank the FAO for the opportunity to address the 35th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. Please allow me to offer my congratulations to the FAO and Royal Government of Bhutan for organizing this important event virtually during a very challenging time for all member countries. Similar to many countries in the region, Maldives is also in the midst of battling the challenges that has ravaged the country. Since the first community reported case on the 15th of April 2020 in our capital city Male, the Greater Male region has become the epicenter of the outbreak. In order to contain further spread of COVID-19, the government of Maldives placed strict measures by declaring a curfew and subsequently a lockdown. Travel bans were imposed as well as closing government offices, schools, and eateries. The easing of the lockdown began towards the end of May 2020, and every effort is made by the government to resume life into the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, fisheries and agriculture are not only the backbone of our economy, but also vital in sustaining the livelihoods of our communities. Since our country is surrounded by an ocean, the fisheries sector has always been a significant contributor in bringing in foreign cash flow to our economy. Hence, the decline in fish exports since March 2020 of around 50% is disheartening. This is attributed mostly to the low demand for fresh fish exports and also to the disruptions in air travel and cargo movement due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In order to alleviate the impacts of the pandemic on the fisheries sector, the government of Maldives allocated 100 million Maldivian rupiah that targets the fish exporting businesses as low-interest loan facility to meet the working capital requirements. Other industry players are supported by relief packages. Furthermore, His Excellency President Ibrahim Mohammed Solih has announced the work on the development of an 8,000-ton fish storage facility to improve the fish storage capacity and to reduce the impact on the supply chain. The resilience of our fishermen is nothing short of remarkable. Our fishermen continue to go fishing in the open waters even during this trying time. Fish is the most important protein consumed in the country and the main domestic food supply. Therefore, it was imperative to facilitate the sales and distribution of the fish within the Greater Mali region. It is also inspiring to note that large fish processing businesses also actively participated in meeting the country's demand for fish at a time when imports businesses were largely impacted. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as a country that imports over 90% of our food supplies, this pandemic has shone a stark light on the fact that we must be mindful of the status of food security in the country. The agricultural sector of the Maldives must overcome serious challenges in order to achieve sustainable local production. The geographical makeups, high transportation costs, travel challenges, the availability of inputs and produce within the country are just a few of the obstacles that we face. However, farmers and home gardeners play a vital role in food security and income generation. Similar to our fishermen, our farmers have also been active and continued production throughout the lockdown period. In support of the efforts, the government placed great importance in reviving agriculture by providing various incentives. One major incentive is the dedication of 44 islands in the Maldives towards contract farming, with 17 crops identified for food security and to contribute towards import substitution. Moreover, a platform has now been provided for farmers to sell their produce and inputs through Agro National Corporation Private Limited, a state-owned enterprise formed during the initial period of the pandemic and lockdown. Initiation of urban gardening programs and deferred annual lease payments for contract farmers in the dedicated agricultural islands are some additional incentives towards the revival of the agriculture sector. Many efforts were made by the government to continue the food supply chain without disruption and to avoid food shortages within the country. Special food import arrangements with the support of the regional countries were established. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the countries that lent a helping hand during this very strenuous period. I would also like to offer my appreciation to the FAO, especially the FAO representative in Sri Lanka and Maldives, Dr. Sun Zubin, for working with my team to formulate projects to strengthen national capacity of agricultural extension and to introduce new high-yielding varieties of traditional crops in response to the pandemic. During the course of the meeting, I was introduced to FAO's Director General Special Hand-in-Hand Initiative. I am indeed impressed by the ongoing collaborations, and I wish to express our interest to participate in this program. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to reiterate on a subject that we have been communicating with FAO for the past several years. I would like to once again invite FAO permanent representation in the United Nations team based in the Maldives to support the food security targets of the current administration. I look forward for the FAO leadership to deliberate on the points of vulnerabilities in achieving food security within the Maldives and to plan more close collaborations on the ground. Thank you, Excellencies.
Call upon Mongolia for your statement. Mongolia will be followed by Myanmar. May I now call upon Mongolia, followed by Myanmar.
Your Excellency, Director General of Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations. Chu Dong-yu, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Government of Mongolia, I would like to express my greetings and gratitude to all of you. Allow me also express my sincere thanks to the organizing committee of this conference for hosting such a dialogue and giving the platform for Asia-Pacific countries to come together during this difficult global crisis times. Thankfully, with the quick response and restrictive measures from the government, Mongolia has avoided local transmissions and has been working together to keep the situation under control. Mongolia is a country that is rapidly urbanizing and is being engaged in global food trade with a goal to export agriculture products to the world. And the exports by medium and local income countries are most affected by the pandemics. So we joined the global call and joint statement issued by the heads of the 4 UN agencies in our country to come together more than any other time, ease the trade barriers and take immediate actions now. Mongolia will give special focus on keeping the food systems going without disruptions, ensuring the safe, nutritious, and affordable diets to all population, especially to the most vulnerable groups in our country. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight that in our country, agriculture and rangelands are the heart and backbone of Mongolia's economy. And agriculture sector plays a pivotal, important role in sustainable development, growth, and stability of the country. And then in our country, we have been appreciating the global call and joint statement, and we are looking forward for more actions together. Since in our country, we have very unique livestock sector, and our rangeland supports the livelihood of many thousands of rural people and its economy. We need to pay proper attention to the following areas of concern and issues. For instance, approximately 90% of Mongolia's rangeland is highly prone to desertification, and 57% of grasslands are degraded to some degree. And the annual cost of land degradation is estimated at $2.1 billion in our country. So sustaining and preserving the rangeland is a priority for Mongolia in preserving ecosystems, reducing poverty, sustaining livelihood, and ensuring the food security. Using the opportunity, I would like to call upon the international communities to join us on the designation of an International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralism that can raise the profile and support for rangelands and pastoral issues, not only in our country, but also globally. The world has been changing at high speed with digitalization taking over in every sectors. Mongolia is committed to employ digital technologies and innovations into agriculture sector. Also, technologies can be helpful for addressing the most pressing challenges of our agriculture sector. Innovative ICT solutions are crucial in increasing the agriculture productivity, improving livelihoods, and enhancing agriculture sector efficiency in Mongolia. And considering the widespread, expansive, vast territory, extreme weather conditions, poor infrastructure, and inefficient supply chains, we need to pay proper attention to the ICT solutions. Mongolia will continue working closely with the FAO, and we would like to identify proper strategies and solutions for our food systems by using ICT. I wish also to thank FAO, Asia Pacific Regional Office, and also this APRC organizing committee for the opportunity to take part in this dialogue. Today, let us join hands to call for more connected, more integrated, more cooperative and united actions. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mongolia. Now, may I call upon Myanmar to deliver your statement, followed by
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mr. Chairman, Excellency Director General Dr. Chiu Dao-Nhu, Director General of FAO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to deliver the country statement in this 35th section of Asia and Pacific Regional Conference, focusing on the measures to build sustainable and resilient food system, to prepare agriculture for a productive future in the face of increasing water security, and to improve food security and malnutrition across the region by using innovation and digital technologies. On behalf of Myanmar government and our people, and on my own behalf, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to FAO for supporting Myanmar in the area of food security and agricultural development. I would like to express my gratitude to the Royal Government of Bhutan for hosting conference and the FAO Regional Office for the arrangement of virtual meeting, even we have difficult time because of COVID. In this great occasion, I would like to take this opportunity to brief development of agriculture sector of Myanmar, which is a highly priority for our nation. Agriculture sector contributes 28% of total GDP, and about 70% of rural population relies on crops, livestock, and fishery activities for their livelihood and incomes. To ensure the improvement of their livelihoods and the development of agriculture sector, the ministry has laid down its vision to 2030 and Myanmar Agricultural Development Strategy 2019 and 2023 has developed to implement food security and nutrition as a national development agenda. So far, we are in process of agriculture and food system transformation by encouraging farmers and private sector to bring synergy for crop, livestock, and agro-processing industry. The ministry has been paying more attention on increasing safe and quality production, intends to contribute region and global food security. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at present, most of the countries, including Myanmar, suffering disruption in function of food supply chain as negative impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and eventually relief and recovery plans and action are more considerable for us to endeavor. Thus, the government of Myanmar give high attention to mitigate economic impact of COVID-19 and release COVID-19 economic relief plan. Their relief and programs related to support farmers, small agri-processor, agribusiness and cash forward are being undertaken by the ministry. And with assistance of UN agency, development partners, with the fullest cooperation of UN FAO, rapid assessment of COVID-19 on agriculture, aquaculture, and fishery sectors in 5 states and regions of Myanmar was conducted to recommend suitable relief and recovery programs. We are pleased to learn that FAO initiation hand-in-hand approach, and Myanmar is one of the priority countries among others. We'd like to express our appreciation to FAO for this significant initiative for each member state. We believe this collective approach will reach win-win situation for all development partners and host country as well as all stakeholders. We assure we can identify and implement the most appropriate hand-in-hand TCP and TCPF program in consultation and assisting of FAO Myanmar soon. Mr. Chairman, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me also touch upon the challenge of water security. Due to the consequences of global climate change, Agriculture, the major consumer of fresh water itself, is a driver of water scarcity. The productivity of agricultural water use, particularly in irrigation, will need to increase to match food demands and meet food security policy targets. At right time treatment, FAO successfully launched global framework for action to curb water scarcity in agriculture in the context of climate change. If FAO plan to implement water scarcity program, Myanmar will fully cooperate to get maximize advantages for water users in the country. Moreover, building sustainable and resilient food system in Asia and Pacific and liberating digital agriculture for SDGs are other important topics to be addressed in this conference. In future, it is expected to transform food and agriculture system into agriculture 4.0, the fourth agricultural revolution. I would like to ask all member countries to make use of FAO initiative as much as possible in the area of digital agriculture. In conclusion, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all delegates and once again provide my appreciation and thanks to the government of Bhutan and FAO for giving all of us this opportunity of meeting together and discuss plan for the future. And I also strongly believe that this conference will be able to pave the way for the sustainable food security and nutrition for our region. The government of Myanmar will actively and closely cooperate with FAO member states in future cooperation. Thank you, over.
Thank you, Myanmar, for your statement. Can we now attend to the recorded statement from Nauru?
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, Ekmo Wiromo, and greetings from Nauru. At the outset, please allow me to thank the Royal Government of Bhutan and FAO for convening this first ever virtual FAO conference for the Asia-Pacific region. I commend all your efforts in marching on, especially in light of the challenges posed by the global pandemic. I would like to take this opportunity to express a warm greetings to the new Director General, Dr. Koo Dong-Shu. I must also recognize and congratulate the new Assistant Director General and FAO Regional Representative for the Asia and the Pacific, Mr. Jong Jin Kim. Chair, Nauru is an island nation with a population of 10,000, living on a landmass of just 21 square kilometers. This makes us the smallest independent republic in the world. It should go without saying that the pandemic, the devastating effects of climate change, the immensity of the NCD crisis, the vulnerability of our small economy, the challenges of our geographical isolation, land degradation, and food nutrition insecurities, all of these have pushed the capacities and resources of this particular microstate beyond our limit. Nauru is almost completely reliant on imports for its food supply. Our domestic production is next to zero. There is limited arable land for agricultural farming, and the country's development continues to be impacted by extreme climate events such as droughts and sea level rise. Nauru is at the end of the food supply chain, making us extremely vulnerable to the external factors beyond our control that can sever or restrict our access to food supplies. As borders closed off, there was an alarming threat of food shortage in my country. With Nauru being completely reliant on one transporter of freight, the shipping supplier Neptune took advantage of the monopoly by significantly raising prices and by being a hindrance to our new and sovereign COVID-19 regulations. I cannot stress how important it is to show solidarity in the face of a global crisis. The pandemic has really put things into perspective for my country. There can be no denying that food security is absolutely central to our national security. Consultants who have conducted in-country missions have told us to develop kitchen gardens. But are these enough to help us address our food and nutrition insecurities. In my assessment, the current situation gives rise to one main question. Kitchen gardens are not enough, so how do we produce food in Nauru at scale? Chair, it is common to find host countries in the Pacific region disproportionately benefiting from or influencing the opportunities provided through the regional and international agencies. These agencies are concentrated in the south, leaving Nauru and other Micronesian states in the North Pacific often overlooked. The Micronesian states called for the establishment of a UN multi-country office for the UN to better respond to our needs. With the announcement of its plans to have a dedicated MCO in our region, our leaders agreed to have it established in the Federated States of Micronesia. It is expected that this office should provide the support required from the UN to help address our unique challenges and priorities, and this includes FAO, to help us achieve food and nutrition security and to tackle the inequalities of the global food system. Chair, Nauru should be considered a storage facility for our region where food and other essential supplies can be collected and deposited, and in the event of any natural disasters in our region, food supplies and other necessary resources can be quickly mobilized. You may wonder what makes Nauru the ideal storage facility. My country is a raised coral limestone island, and our proximity to the equator makes us free from natural disasters. We are strategically located in the middle of the Pacific, and with the transformation of our port into a world-class climate resilient seaport, along with a successful regional air carrier, we can serve as a natural transport hub for the region. We have also recently established our own shipping line. Viewed from a disaster preparedness angle, this concept is economically and strategically sensible. This is regionalism at its best. Chair, our last agriculture strategic plan expired back in 2017, and so our food sector is functioning with very little direction. Nauru requested the assistance of FAO to develop an agriculture strategic plan in 2018, including a food and nutrition security strategic plan only recently. Response had been slow even prior to COVID-19, and now that the world has stalled due to the pandemic, I am gravely concerned that the support required from FAO may be further delayed. I would hope that the organization can respond to our appeal for assistance in developing these roadmaps in a manner that shows similar urgency. Chair, Nauru welcomes the Hand-in-Hand initiative, whereby FAO will match developing countries with developed country partners to accelerate the achievements of the SDGs. This initiative is indeed timely, considering that food security challenges are being compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic, and I hope that Nauru will be considered to join this wonderful initiative. I note from the paper on water scarcity that the Pacific is not mentioned, and I hope that the same attention will also be given to us to help address our water security issues. In closing, food security and nutrition is not only a priority for Nauru, but we consider it an issue of a national security, and anticipate FAO's support in taking better coordinated and more coherent action on the ground to ensure that no one or no nation is left behind. Matubakar, and I thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, with this, we have exactly finished 50% of our statements. We have finished 18, we have listened to 18 statements, and now we have another 18 statements to follow. So for this, I would like to request once again to all the excellencies to summarize your statements and be concise, as concise as possible. So may I next call upon Nepal to make the statement, which I believe is also a recorded statement. Nepal will be followed by New Zealand.
Chairperson of 35th FAO Regional Conference for Asia and Pacific, Excellencies, Director General of FAO, Assistant Director General of FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Participating as head of the delegates in this 35th FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific, I have the honor to make a brief statement on agriculture and food security status, priorities, collaboration, and emerging issues of Nepal. Agriculture sector is central to food security, livelihood, and employment, and contribute around 27% of the country's GDP. This sector implies about 66% of its labor force. That implies improvement in this sector will have broader effect on food security and poverty reduction. In Nepal, more than 80% of population resides in rural areas, characterizing higher incidence of poverty, low level productivity, hidden unemployment, and food insecurity. Since last decade, remittance coming from foreign employment, mainly of the Nepalese youth, has been major contributor to GDP. However, it is now severely affected due to the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, forcing migrant youths returning home. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware that Nepal has recently gone through political restructuring, adopting three-tier system of governance, that is federal, provincial, and local level governments. Among these, local level governments are on driving seat, made responsible for agriculture development programs, agriculture extension service delivery, and ensuring constitutional rights of right to food and food sovereignty. Nepalese agriculture sector is moving towards commercialization mode and competing with other sectors for labor and investment. However, the speed of commercialization is slow. Rural connection with urban centers, digital world, and high-end consumers has opened new avenues for agriculture commercialization and diversification in the country. However, this sector is facing numerous challenges such as high impact of climate change characterized by water scarcity, increasing frequency of adverse climatic events, and outbreak of new insect, pest diseases which have a strong negative impact on smallholder farming and livelihood. In addition to above, the consequences of recent COVID-19 pandemic have hit the sector hard. Input and output supply chains and extension delivery systems are completely disrupted, which will have negative impact on food and nutrition security among rural and urban people in days to come. Large number of youth migrants are returning home. Now the challenge is how to engage them in agriculture sector and create opportunities for them. Ladies and gentlemen, Nepal has prioritized agriculture in different policies and programs with a special focus on building resilience against climate change, food and nutrition security, robust plastic extension delivery system with digital technologies and promotion of climate-smart agriculture technologies, promotion of community storage, value addition facilities, cost of production and women's drudgery reduction technologies, increased value chain efficiency and e-marketing. In addition to these, increased agriculture production, rural employment, and income through reconstitution of agriculture under post-pandemic situation to maintain food security and absorb returning youth, including women, are focused. Implementation of all these priorities to achieve national goal of agriculture development and food security, a pluralistic institutional and support mechanism is envisaged. Integrated efforts, investment, and intervention from all stakeholders are reliable pathways to this end. We need to reinvent integrated agriculture development approaches, strategies in context of digitalization, global connectivity to address the challenges posed by climate change and ongoing and unforeseen future pandemic situations. A single agency cannot bear all resources, expertise, and institutions required to address the gamut of challenges in agriculture development and harness emerging opportunities. Thus, we need more coherent, integrated, and synergistic approaches, strategies, and programs. In this regard, we appreciate FAO's Director General's hand-in-hand initiative, which has been already started and being piloted, will be an important avenue in days ahead to address the challenges. Chairperson, Nepal being active member of FAO has been receiving continuous technical support in the area of agriculture and rural development through policy and strategy development, technical assistance and advisory services in the implementation of various projects and programs. In future, we need more concentrated and collaborated efforts in the field of building resilience against climate change, establishment of robust pluralistic extension system at newly established local levels of current governance system, food and nutrition security and food safety, post-harvest loss reduction, hill farming and women farmer-friendly mechanization technologies, achievement of sustainable development goals and zero hunger challenges, and invention for the future farmers. Similarly, networking of public, private, and community institutions will help to share knowledge, innovation, and experiences to cope with new emerging challenges in agriculture and food systems in Asia-Pacific region. Chairperson, I would like to conclude that Nepal is focusing on a strategy and approaches to ensure the food and nutrition security rights of citizens, build resilience against shocks and vulnerabilities at national and local level. Sustainable commercialization of agriculture through national efforts as well as regional and international cooperation. Towards this, we fully support the agenda set forth by the 35th Regional Conference directed towards addressing the above issues. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, before I end, allow me to express on behalf of the Government of Nepal, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, a very successful conference. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Nepal. May I now request to listen for the statement, recorded statement from New Zealand, followed by Niue.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, Director General, distinguished delegates, friends and colleagues, it's a pleasure to present this country statement on behalf of New Zealand at the 35th FAO Regional Conference for Asia and Pacific. COVID-19 has of course had a huge impact globally. FAO has a critical role to play in the response and recovery through the provision of sound policy advice, analysis and technical assistance. A key challenge for all countries during the pandemic has been to minimise disruptions to domestic food and agriculture production and to ensure there is adequate food supply to meet their needs. This calls for concerted global action, both to address food production issues at the domestic level and to ensure that food supply chains remain open, not distorted by restrictive trade practices, unjustified trade barriers, and short-term support measures to become embedded with time. New Zealand is pleased that the WTO fisheries subsidies negotiations are on track to be completed in 2020, as committed to under the UN Sustainable Development Goals target 14.6. It is a priority for New Zealand to advance the elimination of harmful fisheries subsidies, which can contribute to economic losses and serious distortions in global fish markets. Moreover, Pacific Fisheries Ministers highlighted in August the importance to the region of concluding these negotiations in their Foreign Fisheries Committee Ministerial Meeting communique. New Zealand, as a member of the South West Pacific region of the FAO, has been acutely aware of the vulnerabilities of small island states to the pandemic and has actively worked with our Pacific partners to protect national borders and the security of food supply. For example, we've worked with the countries in the region to limit the spread of COVID-19 through fisheries sectors, recognising that the continuation of fisheries is important for food and security and economic reasons, while also emphasising the protection of the lives of observers and the wider population. New Zealand supports FAO's priorities for this region, and in particular the programs to support sustainable fisheries management, initiatives for strengthening the food supply chain and promoting better food security and nutrition outcomes. This is in the context of climate change, changing dietary patterns, and a rising burden of non-communicable diseases. New Zealand welcomes several recent FAO initiatives which respond to some key contemporary challenges. These include ongoing decentralisation and greater devolution of responsibilities, the establishment of a new office for small island developing states to strengthen FAO's focus and capacity to address the specific needs of these countries, the establishment of a joint FAO-WHO Centre for Codex Food Standards and Zoonotic Diseases, and a new division on food systems and food safety, and lastly, the commitment to extra funding for food safety related scientific advice. To close, I note that FAO has a central role in the UN Food Systems Summit in 2021. This is a key priority for New Zealand. With an estimated 2 billion people in the world without regular access to safe, nutritious and sufficient food, and food systems contributing over 20% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, we are not on track to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We urgently need a discussion on the global food systems that is based on science and evidence, that rejects ideological and one-size-fits-all solutions, and that appropriately balances environmental, economic, health and social objectives. We look forward to working with the FAO and other members on preparations for the summit next year. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, New Zealand. Now, may I call upon New for your statement. Since the Secretariat has not received any recorded statement, would the delegation of New to make a live statement? Since there's no response from the delegation of New, may I now call upon the statement from Pakistan.
The Honorable Director General of the FAO, the Honorable Prime Minister of Bhutan, Honorable Ministers of Member Nation States from the 35th Asia Pacific Regional Conference of FAO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistan, with a population of 220 million, has nearly 19% of its GDP generated through the agricultural sector. We are trying that those people living below the poverty line in particular are sustained in these difficult times of COVID-19. We had an attack of the locust recently. We've also had adverse weather conditions at the time of harvest of our wheat. We are short by about 1.5 million tons this year. So we need to, we are going to import wheat so that we have a availability to those who require nutrition from wheat. And we are hoping that our country will be able to meet all the challenges, whether it's of climate change, whether it's of locust, whether it's of COVID-19. Our agricultural growth rate was about 2.7, 2.8%, where it should have been about 3.5, partially on account of COVID-19, but by and large, the agriculture sector has done better than the other sectors of our economy. And our government of Pakistan under the Prime Minister, Mr. Imran Khan, has been able to bring about certain transformational changes in policy where we would be promoting our five major components. We need to upgrade our research, our extension, our education systems of agriculture, whereby we can meet our objectives, our targets of transforming through more investment in the human resource, through quality education, through better health facilities, and when we generate more in our economic activity, employment opportunities would rise up. We would like to digitalize a fair amount of our agro-technologies so that we can map out the soil conditions and we can bring about better quality, and we need to upgrade our seed technology in particular, make our inputs of chemicals and other, and to carry out the best practices as are carried out in the more advanced countries of the world. Overall, our strategic objective would be to raise our productivity per hectare and have surpluses rather than deficits, and as we have done this time with wheat. And it can only happen when policies are framed which will benefit and bring about the income for the farming community. Unfortunately, in the past, more thrust has been to promote the commercial, industrial sectors at the cost of the agriculture sector. We want to bring about a better balance between our different sectors of the economy, manufacturing, agriculture, and the service sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Pakistan. Now, may we listen to the statement from Palau. The recorded statement from Palau, please. Since there's no recorded statement, would the delegation from Palau like to make a live statement? Okay, since we are not hearing anything from Palau for even the live statement, may I call upon the statement from Papua New Guinea?
Chairperson, Director General of FAO, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Firstly, let me offer my congratulations to Mr. Q Dong-Yu for his appointment as the new Director General for FAO and wish him well in the tenure as the head of FAO. Secondly, let me also congratulate Honorable Linpo Yesi Ponjor, Minister for Agriculture and Forest of Bhutan, for assuming the chair of the 35th session of the APRC conference. Let me also thank the government of Bhutan and FAO for the excellent organization and arrangement of this virtual conference. Agriculture sector alone supports about 85% of the population, mainly in rural areas. The important role of agriculture in PNG renders agriculture a top priority in Papua New Guinea. National development policies such as the Vision 2050 and PNG Strategic Development Plan 2010 to 2030. Agriculture will play a pivotal role in contributing to the achievement of the goals set by these two higher national development plans. Due to the paramount importance of food security to Papua New Guinea, the country has formulated a specific dedicated national food security policy 2017-2027. The vision of the policy is for all Papua New Guineans to be food secure, principally from locally produced food, and lead healthy, active, and productive lives. The policy will also contribute towards global efforts to end hunger and eliminate all forms of malnutrition. High level of poverty of about 39% is prevalent in rural areas and limits food availability and accessibility. It is the 85% of the population in rural areas that depends on agriculture are also highly vulnerable and trapped in poverty. Although poverty level has declined by 26.7%, which is from 53.2% to 39% from 1996 to 2017, it is expected to worsen under the COVID-19 pandemic, and the people that will be worst affected are the 85% of the population living in the rural areas of Papua New Guinea. The agricultural approach to improve protein consumption involves farming diversification by integrating protein-rich food into the farming system, mainly through livestock and aquaculture farming and cultivation of nutrient-rich food crops. Drought-tolerant food crops varieties and small-scale irrigation technologies are available in Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea is a net importer of food and relies heavily on food imports to complement its local food production. Papua New Guinea imports huge quantities of food from abroad to meet its domestic food requirements, worth more than 280 million US dollars per year. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought a new challenge and paradigm shift to agriculture and food security. The 45-year partnership between Papua New Guinea and FAO was strengthened with the opening of a country office in 2013. Over the course of those years, FAO has supported Papua New Guinea through the implementation of over 100 plus technical cooperation programs worth an estimate of 50 million US dollars. This year alone, FAO has enhanced its portfolio incredibly through mobilizing 100 million US dollars from the European Union for a rural development value chain program focused on cocoa, vanilla, and fisheries commodities. Papua New Guinea is also proud to see that the Straight PNG program is featured as a hand-in-hand initiative, as a case study, which emanates from great partnership and collaboration between the government of Papua New Guinea and the FAO. To conclude, let me assure the Director General of FAO that the government of Papua New Guinea fully supports the operation of FAO in the country and will work closely with FAO to deliver suitable programs and activities to improve food and nutrition security and contribute to agricultural development in the country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Papua New Guinea. Next, may I call upon the statement from Philippines. You have the floor, Excellency.
The Honorable Chair of this regional conference, the distinguished FAO Director General, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Let me thank first the government of Bangladesh and the Republic of Korea for nominating me as Vice Chair of this 35th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. The Philippines extends its heartfelt gratitude to the government and people of Bhutan for hosting and for flexibly organizing this Asia-Pacific Regional Conference of FAO amidst the current volatile global situation. Smallholders and family farmers deserve the focus in our discussions as they produce over 80% of the world's food in value terms and play a vital role in achieving food security and improving nutrition. The Philippines' New Thinking for Philippine Agriculture strategy envisions a food secure and resilient Philippines with prosperous farmers and fisherfolk and aims to double their incomes. Its mission is to collectively empower these sectors along with concerned actors to increase agricultural productivity and profitability, taking into account sustainability and resilience. Leveling up the country's agriculture sector is being realized through 8 paradigms, namely modernization, industrialization, export promotion, clustering and consolidation of small-scale farmers and fisherfolk, infrastructure development, higher budget and investment, legislative support, and roadmap development. The above paradigms have been integrated into the new Philippines Food Security Development Framework. This Food Security Development Framework has now given birth to the new country's umbrella program called Plant, Plant, Plant Program, reinforcing food security involving all subsectors of agriculture amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Recognizing the importance of a robust and technology and innovation-based agricultural sector, the country's economic growth, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte strongly supports such programs aimed at providing adequate, accessible, and affordable food for every Filipino. We encourage FAO to sustain collaboration with regional groups such as ASEAN in developing approaches that are more effectively implemented on a regional scale in areas such as policy coherence, agricultural research statistics, control of transboundary pests and diseases, and promoting innovative digital technologies. Continuous coordination with regional banks and institutions would also broaden the base for possible financing of efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We note that FAO's hand-in-hand initiative will support evidence-based, country-led, and country-owned actions in the region to accelerate agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development for the eradication of poverty, hunger, and all forms of malnutrition. Finally, we are grateful to FAO under the leadership of a good friend, Director General. We hope you will visit the Philippines, Director General Ko Dong-yu, and of course IFAD for leading the implementation of the UN Decade of Family Farming, and to all partners and stakeholders actively advocating for family farmers' welfare and interests and their critical role in achieving the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you and good evening again.
Thank you, Excellency, for your comprehensive but concise statement. May I now call upon the recorded statement from Republic of Korea. And following the statement from Korea, I would like to see if the delegation from Russia would like to make an intervention. The statement from Korea, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Director General, fellow delegate, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to speak to you on behalf of the Republic of Korea here at the 35th FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. My sincere thanks to the Secretariat and to the government of Bhutan. The COVID-19 crisis and extreme weather event pose a grave threat to global food supply and demand. Unlike in previous crises, we have sufficient food. Nevertheless, 381 million people in Asia are still undernourished. The deadly virus is hitting the vulnerable and making the situation even worse. Korea has also been impacted by COVID-19 from a very early stage. As a food importer, Korea has been keeping a close eye on the global supply chain as international logistics slowed down and food export restrictions were imposed by some countries. Also, people refrain from face-to-face meetings and physical contact. Working from home has become more common. Shopping online has grown too, as you spend more time at home. To minimize the economic impact of COVID-19, the Korean government recently announced a Korean New Deal, a package of policies and projects to overcome the crisis. We plan to ensure food for people and to restore the livelihood of farmers, fishermen, and rural people. Korea will increase its domestic production capacity. In particular, we will focus on wheat and soybeans. Consumption is high, but production is insufficient. Korea sees smart farms and smart aquaculture as very promising sectors, which harness the power of ICT in production. We will focus on supporting such projects, not only in Korea, but also in neighboring countries. In order to improve the livelihood of people in the Asia-Pacific region, digital technology can help. Korea plans to build demonstration greenhouses and set up information management system in neighboring countries. This will help build regional resilience to climate change. Expanding online wholesale trade to simplify the distribution channel is another example of linking ICT with the food supply system. We want to participate in and share our experience with international platform for digital food and agriculture. In order to enhance the sustainability of coastal fishing, Korea will restore the marine resource ecosystem and reorganize fishery management from the current system of input control to one that controls the output of total allowable catch. Furthermore, the Korean government and FAO are hold the 5th World Forestry Congress in May 2021. Its theme is building a green, healthy, and resilient future with forests. It will serve as a forum for discussion on improving human health through forests. I look forward to the active participation of all your nations. As Korea was once helped, we now share our rural development experience with the FAO member countries. Now Korea is sharing its experience of containing the spread of the coronavirus, ensuring the provision of medical equipment and supplies, and supporting initiatives such as the COVID-19 vaccine global access facility. Close cooperation and proactive information exchange are needed for this global health crisis, not to develop into a food crisis. A major challenge ahead will be to figure out how to rebuild damaged economies and make the world free and open again. I hope the current crisis can provide momentum for innovation and opportunity for expanding the scope of global cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Korea. Now, may I call on the delegation of Russia if you would like to make an intervention. If not, we will have Samoa, that statement from Samoa. Russia, would you like to take the floor?
Russia's raised their hand, so let's wait for them.
Hello.
Yes, Russia, please go ahead.
Could I make a statement on item 10, hand-in-hand initiative now?
Not on the hand-to-hand initiative. The hand-to-hand initiative, we will give you an opportunity later after completing all the statements.
Okay, thank you. Then I will intervene then.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Russia. And shall we then listen to the statement from Samoa? Samoa, you have the floor.
You hear me? Honorable Chairman, distinguished ministerial colleagues, Director General of FAO, Dr. Liu Dong-yu, ladies and gentlemen. Samoa is grateful to the Royal Government of Bhutan for hosting the 35th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. which is the first ever virtual regional meeting of FAO. Indeed, this is a new normal, especially during these uncertain and unprecedented times due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has become the single greatest threat to global health and economic growth. Member states that have been affected by the pandemic and have lost loved ones in the process, please accept Samoa's sincere sympathies and profound condolences. Honorable Chairman, our development strategy is grounded on genuine partnerships with our stakeholders and development partners to help achieve our agricultural and fishery sector objectives of enhanced food security and nutrition, increased import substitution, and export market opportunities for our people's well-being and economic prosperity. Our land and the surrounding ocean are important natural resources for an overall development, and we are committed to utilize them effectively and sustainably as part of our economic recovery in the current unpredictable COVID-19 environment, as tourism and remittances, important drivers of our economy, have been impacted negatively and severely by the pandemic. In our recently presented second voluntary national review report on the implementation of SDGs, we worked closely with FAO on some of the key indicators. Our report highlighted for SDG 2 on zero hunger, overall, there is low level of extreme hunger and undernourishment in Samoa. But nutrition security is a concern. Recently, 97% of all Samoan households engaged in some level of agricultural activity, and we reported an increase in agriculture's share of government expenditure and improved agricultural productivity, including a growing proportion of small-scale farmers engaging in sustainable organic and also commercial farming. But we still have a long way to go, and COVID-19 has impacted some of our hard-fought gains. Honorable Chairman, I want to highlight some key issues Samoa is facing in relation to food security and nutrition and climate change. Food is an important part of Samoan culture with ties to our land and ocean and is key to our people's cultural identity. Yet we face real challenges due to dietary changes and our high dependence on food imports. The reliance on imported food, coupled with our people's increased consumption of processed, high-calorie, high-sodium, and low-nutrient content foods, have contributed to the increased level of health risk associated with non-communicable diseases. To address this trend, Samoa promotes the consumption of locally produced nutritious food security, especially fruits and vegetables. Our recent efforts to stimulate fruit and vegetable production by a tunnel house and drip irrigation technologies funded by the government of the People's Republic of China is paying off as we now see significant increase of locally produced fruits and vegetables being sold in domestic food markets and supermarkets. We are experiencing increasing rural to urban and to some extent international migration. This trend due to the variety of reasons, including the misconception that the lack of meaningful remunerated employment opportunities and the perceived low status associated with the agricultural sector compared to other sectors of our economy continue to impede the full realization of agricultural development efforts. To change this mindset, we are working with our partners on some agricultural and fisheries incentives to encourage our young people to stay and for others to return to farm their land for income generation purposes and for a fulfilling way of life. We are determined to engage our young educated and skilled people to pursue agriculture as a viable and respected occupation to increase import substitution and expand our export markets, or we will struggle to maintain our food security and nutrition. Our agriculture is highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, such as frequent and extreme rainfall events, longer dry spells and drought events, rising sea levels, extreme winds, and occasional tropical cyclones. And variability will continue to change our resolve in elevating the agricultural and fisheries sector as a major driver of our economy. To mitigate these challenges, we are working with our development partners to ensure our agricultural and fisheries resource management practices are in place and that our climate resilience and risk mitigation efforts are strengthened and enhanced. Exotic pests and diseases are a real concern for Samoa. The immediate threats of the African swine fever and the Guam strain of the coconut rhinoceros beetle are examples of incursions that would do irreparable damage to our economy. Therefore, preventing, managing, and eliminating these biosecurity threats is vital to maintaining and advance our economic and social well-being. And this requires a strong integrated system approach that is locally led, owned, and managed. Honorable Chairman, Samoa's inshore and coastal fisheries are important for our food security and nutrition, but we have restricted potential for increased production due to the limited areas within the reef and vulnerability to overharvesting due to increasing fishing pressure and uncontrolled fishing practices. We have a responsibility to address IUU fishing, effective management of our fisheries, conservation of our marine ecosystems, and development of our small-scale fisheries within the confines of our meager resources. In this regard, we are partnering with some of our regional and international organizations, including FAO, and our other development partners to respond to these challenges. In closing, I would also like to thank the Director General of FAO and the Secretariat for all the initiatives and technical assistance provided to Samoa and other Pacific member states by the Sub-Regional Office of the Pacific. These have contributed positively and will continue to support the achievement of outcomes delivery for the agriculture and fisheries sectors, especially in these challenging and trying times due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And lastly, I would like to express our appreciation and welcome the new Director General to the APRC family. Good to see you, sir. I wish you all the best and look forward to fruitful deliberations and have over today and tomorrow. Good evening and thank you.
Thank you, Samoa. Now may I call upon the statement from Singapore, followed by Solomon Islands. Singapore, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first thank the Royal Government of Bhutan and the FAO for organizing this virtual meeting and the excellent arrangements to facilitate a good exchange of views. Several members have highlighted the importance of open trade and supply chain connectivity to ensure food security, and in the interest of time, I will not repeat them here. Instead, I will emphasize that sustainable and resilient food systems are also key to addressing our region's challenges. Singapore has set a goal to produce 30% of our nutritional needs by 2030, and innovation is the cornerstone of our strategies. For example, hydroponics and vertical farming leverage on technology are highly productive and can also be climate resilient. Such agricultural approaches can help farmers to improve efficiency, leading to more sustainable use of resources and increased productivity and production. We hope that the FAO can give emphasis, continued emphasis, to these innovative sustainable agricultural practices by increasing awareness and develop knowledge products on them. Capacity building and R&D are also areas that should be looked into. Besides increasing production and productivity, we also need to ensure that food produced is safe for consumption. There is a need to ensure that food safety standards are aligned with codex, and capability building and sharing of best practices for food safety should continue to be key areas of FAO. We need to work together. As an old proverb says, if you want to go quickly, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. As Singapore pursues our efforts in food security, we want to go far by strengthening collaboration with our partners, and we look forward to working with FAO and all of you. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you, Singapore. Now, may I call upon Solomon Islands, followed by Sri Lanka. Solomon Islands, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, FAO Director General, distinguished Excellencies and delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chair, our Minister is unable to attend, but he sent his apologies and requested that we share his gratitude for inviting Solomon Islands to join this prestigious meeting. I am therefore honored to present to you in this 35th FAO Regional Conference of Asia and the Pacific, Solomon Islands country priorities on behalf of our government and people, most of our 80% rural population who depends on farming for their existence. Solomon Islands starts by congratulating the Royal Government of Bhutan for being the host, and your Chairmanship, Excellency Minister for Agriculture, and to FAO for ensuring we keep ourselves connected through these regional meetings. Solomon Islands government congratulates your distinguished Director General, Mr. Chu Dongju, on taking up the role of FAO directorship. These are trying times, but we trust that your leadership will unite us and get us all through it together. Solomon Islands wishes to firstly bring the issue of climate change to the forefront of this 35th Asia and Pacific Regional Meeting because of the increasing incidence and intensity of natural disasters, destroying our livelihood and our ability to grow our economy. Honorable Chair, if no drastic measures are taken by our industrialized, developed countries, our small island states will continue to live with the ugly impacts and bear the cost of adaptation and continue to lag behind in delivering our SDG goals. We therefore call on FAO to advocate aggressively for greater global actions to reduce developed countries' fossil fuel consumption and continue to strengthen the resilience of food systems and to continue to recognize the importance of enhanced climate change action in the agriculture sector as a core elements in its nationally determined contributions and implementation plans under the 2030 agenda. Suffice to say that effective implementation of adaptation and mitigation measures depends very much on availability of financial and technical resources in a timely manner. Fear is the current impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic where we tracked our moderate progresses made over the years, and we fear worsening of situation in the years ahead. Honorable Chair, zoonotic diseases is a great concern because it not only threatens our food, our nutrition security, crippled by our inability to build our economy, but because of our inability to cope. So Solomon Islands is still trying to reduce the spread of the coconut rhinoceros beetle across the country, which is destroying our coconut industry. And we have basically lost the fight to control the spread of the giant African snail, the Asian bees and the domesticated European bees that is destroying our honey industry. The African swine fever and the avian influenza is just across our borders. Degradation and depletion of our natural resources, including fisheries, are occurring faster than expected due to increased population,
logging and mining activities around the country. Aging farmers and low uptake of young people in farming is a threat to our agriculture sector growth and food security. Therefore, grooming a new generation of farmers who will take agribusiness to new heights is urgent and requires holistic partnership efforts. Success in this space will help our region address our growing unemployment rate. Agriculture and fisheries sector offers many opportunities for our young people to earn income. Solomon Islands therefore urge FAO to be a leading partner in our efforts to find solutions to these issues. Solomon Islands, being a large ocean state, will continue to rely on fisheries sector for government revenue, livelihood options, and food and nutritional security. However, there are high threats continue to be experienced from IUU fishing, impacts of climate change, and impacts of COVID-19 and marine pollution. Collective collaborations, efforts regionally and globally to find better solutions is the key. So while these threats are actively pursued by our regional fisheries and environmental organizations, we call and encourage FAO to engage actively with these fisheries organizations of the Pacific region to effectively address these threats, as these threats require both technical and financial resources to be effectively addressed. Honorable Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic is still intensifying, threatening the existence of societies and economies, increasing the rate of inequality at a global scale. And the most vulnerable in our society today are those in the informal sector who live on daily sales. We must all collaborate more, share experiences, and support each other, find trade opportunities for our own people. Solomon Islands acknowledge FAO assistance provided through its program as reflected in the Solomon Islands FAO Country Program Framework 2013-2017 and current CPF 2018-2022. The various thematic areas that FAO has and in assisting Solomon Islands, which includes agriculture, fisheries, forestry, health, environment, disaster management, and emergency response. For including us in the hand-in-hand initiatives, we want to thank FAO. The COVID-19 pandemic response by countries through state of emergencies, as reflected in international travel restrictions, has negatively impacted on implementation of regional and national FAO programs. Therefore, it is only fitting that FAO consider extensions for current programs timelines in order to accomplish all project activities. The Solomon Islands government acknowledged the continuous assistance that FAO and funding agencies provides through the FAO program in the country. And very recently, we want to thank FAO for assisting us in our COVID-19 responses. In closing, Solomon Islands understand that countries are taking unprecedented measures to fight the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, harming their own economies in the process. Yet this pandemic situation teaches us many lessons, thereby offering us an opportunity to rethink, re-strategize, and redirect our efforts into the future around what matters more, which is the life of our people. Solomon Islands' biggest lessons is in its heavy reliance on imports food for food security. Therefore, urge that we be supported to build our self-reliance capability. As a Pacific Islander, as Pacific Islanders, life means our people, our communities, our land and sea. Therefore, our actions must always be about protecting these key foundations that make us who we are. Honorable Chair, thank you for giving Solomon Islands a voice in this regional platform. May God Almighty continue to watch over us as we navigate ourselves through these trying times. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Solomon Islands, for your active participation and the energy at this late hours in the night. Thank you once again. May I now call upon the distinguished delegates from Sri Lanka for your statement, followed by Thailand. Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Mr. Director General, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Sri Lanka, it is an honor and a pleasure for me to be here today to address the 35th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. I am pleased to mention that the people of this country have two-thirds majority in the recent general election held in Sri Lanka to the present government to move the country forward with the vision of His Excellency, the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, and I am delighted and committed to deliver the agriculture program to achieve the vision as the Minister of Agriculture of Sri Lanka. In the current context of COVID-19 and climate-related issues in food and agriculture, my prime task as the Minister of Agriculture is to achieve self-sufficiency in main foods, including livestock and feed materials of the country. Further, we will be looking forward to produce quality agriculture products, aiming the export market where possible. I take this opportunity to thank FAO for continuously providing support to Sri Lanka during the past 40 years. FAO technical support helped us immensely to transform the agriculture sector from a livelihood subsector level to a dynamic income earning production sector, a vital pillar of our national economy. The 35th session of FAO APRC is being held with the background of FAO transformational reform and at the junct of global efforts in coping COVID-19 pandemic. The 35th session of APRC has provided important platform where Minister of Agriculture, officials from Asia Pacific region, and delegations and representatives from civil society and private sector addressing emerging trends and challenges related to the food and agriculture sector under the UN FAO umbrella. I'm happy to note that there are strong synergies and coherences between the regional priority initiatives and national priorities of Sri Lankan government in the fields of promoting sustainable agriculture through innovation, including digital agriculture solutions, building sustainable and resilient food systems, increasing national climate adaptation capacity in agriculture sector, and promotions of nature-based solutions, and leveraging on digital technology to improve food security. At this juncture, I would like to enlighten you that Sri Lanka is currently self-sufficient in most of the food commodities, but has issue in producing sufficient feed material and some other field crops. At present, we are having projects and programs to modernize the agriculture sector through increasing irrigation and water management, technical promotions of home gardening, improving land use practices, irrigation of agriculture informations for decision making, climate smart agriculture, and transformations of agriculture to agribusiness. Also, we have identified that some of the issues in the sector, such as a poor profit margin for small-scale farmers, non-availability of a proper insurance scheme for growers, fine-tuning of cropping zoning, improved agrochemical management, inability to predict seasonal project and non-availability for proper seeds are yet to be addressed. We look forward for FAO technical assistance in these areas to turn Sri Lankan agriculture sector into the next paradigm shift. I'm delighted that the Sri Lankan government is taking a programmatic approach to promote realization of SDGs and FAO's technical cooperation is closely aligned with national policy priorities in agriculture and plays a critical role in Sri Lanka. I'm more than happy catalyze the FAO representation in Sri Lanka has been gradually introducing transformational measures to increase its in-house local technical expertise, policy advisory, and analytical capacities. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, while expressing my sincere wishes to all of you attending 35th session of FPRC, I expect this program will identify the most important challenges in the region and come up with tangible programs to handle them successfully at regional and country level. We look forward to continue to work with you to make our joint mission reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lanka, for your statement. May I now call upon Thailand for this statement. I believe Thailand is going to deliver the statement in their native language, Thai, which will be translated in English by the Secretariat. The statement of Thailand will be followed by Timor-Leste. So, Thailand, you have the floor.
ท่านประธานท่านรัฐมนตรี
Mr. Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, FAO Director General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honour for me to be here today, and I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you some views from Thailand. We are living in unprecedented times. COVID-19 has changed all of our lives. Apart from the health challenges it's thrown up, it's also prompted us to reconsider how we produce and also how we consume our food. We need to transform our food systems and ensure that our farmers and producers produce healthy food, as well as that our people can access affordable, healthy diets. As the digital technologies become more pervasive, as they change our world, in Thailand, agri-tech and innovation centres have been established throughout the country. Their aim is to link our farmers and producers with academia and research institutions. Precision agriculture and smart farming for smallholders, as well as medium-scale producers, have been introduced. As our farmers are growing old, the next generation, young people, are our future in farming and agriculture. Therefore, the Young Smart Farmers program is something we're implementing to help support young farmers and SMEs, those who are growing the food we consume. We've organised training sessions for these young farmers and SMEs where they learn new entrepreneurial skills, get to grips with new technologies and innovation, which can help improve their farming and their marketing. They've also adopted the principles of sufficiency economy philosophy and the concept of a new theory of agriculture, which is a great combination bringing together the agroecological approach and innovation. The 4 Quick Win policy aims to promote agro-tourism, such as fishermen's village and farm village stays, improving agricultural logistics systems, strengthening e-commerce for agricultural products, and creating one-stop service applications using big data. These are all priorities for transforming Thailand's agriculture. Agricultural data systems are essential for supporting farmers, producers, and decision makers, so as to ensure that we plan food and agricultural production, trade, and e-commerce as best we can. Thailand plans to extend its collaboration with the other participants in the blue economy, so as to support sustainable growth in the marine sector and to fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, we aim to protect our oceans for the next generation, to maintain a healthy world and a healthy ocean. Soil and water management in agriculture is still a key priority for Thailand. We seek to bring better, more resilient, more sustainable food systems and agriculture to our people, ensuring that resources are used and managed in a more efficient manner. The FAO and the Global Soil Partnership are calling for applications for the King Bhumibol World Soil Day Award 2020. Thailand humbly invites all member states, institutions, universities, private companies and any other entities to submit their applications so they might have a chance to win the King Bhumibol World Soil Day Award 2020. Mr. Chairperson, I should like to inform you that in Thailand, all of our national strategies have been implemented in keeping with His Majesty's sufficiency economy philosophy. This philosophy emphasizes sustainable development aimed at reducing poverty, improving quality of life, reforming the agricultural sector, enhancing food security, and improving nutrition and food safety. All of this will help to ensure better livelihoods for all, in line with the vision we've developed in Thailand, that is stability, prosperity, and sustainability of people and nation. By way of conclusion, I should like to say that Thailand continues to prioritize sustainable food systems as well as agricultural development. Thailand will continue working hand in hand with the Food and Agriculture Organization, as well as all of its members, through South cooperation, as well as the Hand in Hand initiative, with a view to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Thailand should like to thank the organizers of the 35th session of the Food and Agriculture Organization Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific, the APRC. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
และยั่งยืน
Thank you, Thailand.
สุดท้ายนี้
I have the pleasure of calling upon Timor-Leste for your statement, and followed by Tonga. Timor-Leste, you have the floor. Is Timor-Leste willing to deliver this statement? Looks Timor-Leste is not online, so may I call upon Tonga if you wish to deliver a statement?
Thank you, sir. Chairman, honorable ministers, your excellencies, distinguished delegates, greetings from the friendly island of the Kingdom of Tonga. Tonga is grateful for FAO and the government of Bhutan for organizing this virtual meeting of the 35th Asian Pacific Regional Conference. Agriculture plays a vital role in Tonga's economy. About 82% of the population are actively engaged in agriculture and related sector activities, of which 99% of the farming households of Tonga are subsistence and semi-subsistent farmers. Hence the critical assistance from FAO in providing technical assistance to empower smallholder farmers as the foundation of food security and rural livelihood development. FAO, in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Forest, engages the agricultural sector in diversifying farming systems, diversifying plant and livestock genetic resources, and the conservation of soil resources, the ecosystem, and the environment. This is all to mitigate and adapt the agricultural sector to the increasing challenges of the increasing frequencies and intensities of tropical cyclones, but also the El Nino droughts and the rising sea levels. Also the challenges of the increasing reliance of Tonga on imported food, the challenges of unhealthy diets, the high rate of obesity, high rate of diabetics and heart diseases, but especially the current challenges from the global COVID-19 pandemic. With that, Tonga is grateful and look forward to this key partnership with FAO to assist in resolving these challenges with sustainable solutions to the agriculture and the people of Tonga. With that, I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
May I now call upon Tuvalu for the statement, the recorded statement from Tuvalu.
The Director General, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers of Agriculture for member countries, distinguished delegates from countries and various organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Talofa and warm greetings from Tuvalu. It is indeed an honor and great privilege for me to join all of you, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates to this 35th session of FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. I extend my deepest appreciation to the APRC's Secretariat for organizing this virtual conference to allow members and organizations to deliberate, cooperate, and collaborate on issues of common interest, food security, and agriculture. I must acknowledge that the unexpected outbreak of COVID-19 has created an unprecedented level of uncertainty and has challenged every aspect of our lives. As leaders and Christians, let us all remember in our thoughts and prayers those who have perished globally due to the spread of COVID-19. Tuvalu's food and agriculture sectors is already threatened by a multitude of factors such as insecurity, climate change, infectious diseases, natural resources, degradations, natural disease. The outbreak of COVID-19 further compounded this with its impact generally spread across different countries. Excellencies, agriculture is an important sector for Tuvalu as it is the main source for the livelihood of communities. Tuvalu's agriculture sector relies on innovative best practices to ensure sustainability of local food production, to minimize the impact of climate change on food crops and livestock. The outbreak of COVID-19 and the declaration of health state of emergency by the government on the 20th March 2020 directly led to the establishment of the COVID-19 task force and the development of a comprehensive response and preparedness plan for the country. Unsurprisingly, and of great concern, was the issue of good food security. Government recognized that providing sustained adequate food supply chains for the people of Tuvalu will be challenging if trading halts due to the risks of spreading COVID-19. On that note, I am delighted to share the measures and strategies that have been activated by the government of Tuvalu to minimize disruptions to food securities and agricultural services. Fatong Fiafia and Fongafal stepped up its effort in supplying fresh vegetables to the public on Funafudi and distributing seedlings to the public for home gardening. Fast-tracking the planting of root crops at the new agroforestry site in Funafala to enhance food security and better integrated traditional farming practices to sustain local food production. encourage farmers on the Outer Islands to plant more root crops, and promote traditional ways of preserving methods to prolong lifespan of food items. Control selling of basic food items in stocks by instigating a food voucher system to limit the number of basic food items a household can purchase within a 2-week period. The strict monitoring of stock on other food items like canned food, frozen food, cleaning soap and detergents in soaps, and developing a threshold system to trigger rationing measures, and working closely with importers in ordering adequate supplies of food items to avoid food run-out. Excellencies, with that, I call upon all member countries, international and regional partners, and organizations to come together and discuss practical and effective measures to combat the impact of COVID-19 on food and agricultural services. Tuvalu is fully committed to continue working in partnership with FAO and SPC to addressing national and regional needs to reduce food and agricultural insecurity. The government and the people of Tuvalu underscore and appreciate the unprecedented support to receive from FAO and SPC, and welcome future support in ensure that food security and agricultural issues in Tuvalu are appreciated and adequately addressed. Excellencies, I wish you all a very successful conference and fruitful deliberations. It is my hope and prayer that the decision taken over the course of this meeting will lead to a real and lasting positive changes. Faafetailasi, Tuvalu Modetua.
Thank you, Tuvalu. May I now request United States of America if you would like to make a statement. Okay, it looks USA is not online. May I then request Uzbekistan if you like to deliver a statement. Okay, then I call upon one or two for the statement, which is a recorded statement.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm greeting on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Vanuatu. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Dong Q in his new role as the new FAO Director General. The government of the Republic of Vanuatu looks forward to strengthening partnerships and collaborations with you. Mr. Chairman, the world we live today is full of unpredicted challenges and opportunities. What we consider normal no longer makes sense amid the complexities of COVID-19. The challenges of COVID-19 are impacting and changing the existence of our societies and communities, and forcing us to reconsider our national investment and development priorities. For small island states like Vanuatu, the challenges of COVID-19 are exacerbated by climate change and natural disasters, which are projected to have significant impacts, including rising sea levels, more violent tropical cyclones, and droughts. Fish stocks are expected to be directly affected by any changes that may occur in the ocean's ecosystem. Warming waters would harm coral reefs and vital fish habitats. Changes in temperature and rainfall would also impact the farming industry due to an increase of infestation by pests and diseases in many staple and export crops. In order to deal with the threats of COVID-19, climate change and natural disasters, profound changes must be applied to our food system. This year marks 40 years of independence by the Republic of Vanuatu. The pathway we traversed to get to where we are today has not been easy, and it will get harder and harder as we traverse the development pathway for the next 40 years to achieve our national aspirations. As our population increases, our land space for cultivation of agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fisheries products to feed our people will get smaller. Food security demand by our increasing population will outstrip the ability of several of our rural communities to supply food. The negative effect being the unfortunate shift towards dependency on imported processed food that are energy dense and nutritionally poor. As a result, the incidence of obesity and non-communicable diseases such as diabetes will continue to increase. Moreover, increasing reliance on imported foods will make us particularly vulnerable to variation in supply and cost. Therefore, our endeavor to set up development frameworks conducive to building a stable, sustainable, and prosperous nation will slowly drift away into oblivion. The need to strengthen our food systems to maintain our food supply is imminent for the sustainability of our societies. We must look beyond the challenges we see and face today and develop innovative alternative measures to increase food production to meet anticipated food supply shortfalls of tomorrow. In addressing this issue, the government of the Republic of Vanuatu recognizes the importance, contribution of productive sectors and role of rural communities through farming and fishing by bringing into perspective community-based mechanized farming approaches to address a shortfall in the supply of local produce to sustain the well-being, food security of our rural communities. The government of Vanuatu is investing large portions of national funds on development of each productive sectors, which include agriculture, livestock, forestry, fisheries, and biosecurity. Our people are at the very heart of our development aspirations. At this critical time, the government of the Republic of Vanuatu will continue to look to FAO for technical support and funding assistance. At this time of extreme crisis, I call on FAO to pay special attention to vulnerable Pacific small island states like the Republic of Vanuatu and to work with us to develop alternative and innovative farming and fishing systems to sustain our food security and livelihoods. We must be ready to take advantage of any favorable impacts that may arise from climate change. More resilient food systems will have to be created, but more research is needed before development adaptations can apply effectively. Together, we must strive to ensure that our nations are stable, sustainable, and prosperous, so that all our people have a just and equal opportunity to be well educated, healthy, and wealthy. Just as we strive to progress in a way that protects and preserves our natural resources for our children and to us, we must utilize the challenges of today as key drivers for development opportunities of tomorrow. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vanuatu, for your statement. May I now call upon the recorded statement from Vietnam, followed by Tokelau.
Your Excellency, Mr. Chairperson, Excellency, Mr. Yong Jin Kim, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative of FAO, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the host country, the Kingdom of Bhutan, as well as the FAO Secretariat for excellent arrangement of the virtual section of the 35th FAO Regional Conference for the Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, our government is preparing a 5-year social and economic development plan of the country for a period 2021 to 2025 and toward 2030. The development plan for agriculture and rural development aims to develop a smart agriculture, international integration, adaptation to climate change and pandemic diseases, including COVID-19. On behalf of Vietnam delegation, I would like to take this opportunity to propose for priority for FAO to consider in its agenda to support Vietnam and member countries in coming year as follows. Firstly, FAO to continue supporting country to implement the country program framework. Focus should be on innovative way to improve investment and benefit of smallholder farmer in agricultural value chain, improve food safety and nutrition. Equally important is strategic policy support to develop scenario of future food and agricultural transformation. Secondly, FAO as a partner to assist member countries to mobilize and access financial resources for ending hunger and poverty and tackling the global pandemic and climate challenges. Thirdly, we would like to add our voice in recognizing the importance of addressing pandemic, disaster, and climate risk to achieve zero hunger, poverty reduction, and sustainable agricultural transformation. Let me highlight a message from the FAO Regional Conference in Hanoi in 2018 that the agricultural sector is in the unique position to demonstrate coherent implementation of global frameworks, addressing common driver of vulnerability to global pandemic, climate change, disaster, and poverty. Last but not least, FAO as partner to assist member countries to promote sustainable food system on health approach, climate smart agriculture or landscape approach, and strengthen the South-South cooperation issue, such as water resource management, transparency, disease, and emerging issue. Excellency, distinguished delegate, I believe that FAO more than ever need to continue its effort in reforming and innovating to further improve the effectiveness of the whole organization from FAO country, regional office, and headquarters. In this regard, Vietnam made an official request FAO nominate a new FAO representative to Vietnam as soon as possible. We are willing to closely work with FAO Rome in the selection process of FAO representative. In addition, we propose that FAO should create a system to assess performance of its staff so that the government can participate in this process. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Vietnam, for your statement. Now, on my list, next I have is Tokelau. And after Tokelau, I would like to give the opportunity to Timor-Leste, because Timor-Leste was having some network connectivity problem. Like Timor-Leste, if there are any other countries who did not get the opportunity earlier because of the network connection challenges, please register yourself with the Secretary to speak after Timor-Leste. Now the floor is with Tokelau. Tokelau, you have the floor.
I'm honored to have been given the opportunity to address the 35th Asia Pacific Regional Conference through this virtual means on behalf of Tokelau. I thank the government of the Republic of Bhutan for agreeing to host this regional meeting, and also commend FAO for the excellent planning that has been accorded this inaugural virtual APRC conference. I would also use the opportunity to thank the FAO for the technical support it has been able to offer Tokelau since the 32nd session of APRC in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, in 2014. It has indeed enabled household vegetable gardens and quality small-scale traditional domesticated livestock farming from TCP project in agriculture and food security. However, a high reliance on rainwater to sustain these food production activities can be a challenge when drought take effect. Honorable Chair, Tokelau has its unique challenges. Not only is it a small island developing state, but it is also an atoll nation with a total land area of 12 square kilometers, barely 8 meters above sea level. Our land is predominated by coconut plantations due to our soil porous nature, making it very infertile. Amidst living the daily threats of changing climates and rising sea levels, Tokelau now faces the uncertainties of the global pandemic caused by COVID-19. Need I therefore say that Tokelau is one of, if not the most vulnerable people in the world? Honorable Chair, it has been well said by the incoming Director General of FAO, Mr. Q Dong-yu, that there is no security without food security, and that WHO are already warning that COVID-19 could be with us forever. The implications are our environment security is at risk, our health security is at risk, and our food security is also at risk. According to FAO reports, up to 80% of people living in vulnerable contexts rely on some form of agricultural production for their survival. As alluded to above, what little land Tokelau has is used for growing food. However, our biggest land is the sea. We have been harvesting our inshore coastal fisheries as main food and protein sources since the days of our ancestors. In this space, I wish to again acknowledge FAO for its kind technical assistance through its Safety at Sea project that provided increased awareness to the dangers at sea and on our traditional fishing grounds. Our coastal fisheries thus, however, is still in need of modern expertise, development, and guidance from FAO in the wake of what is now becoming a global food security crisis. Honorable Chair, I am with the understanding that the incoming FAO Director General, Q Dong-yu, does not only bring new ideas to his new role, but also new solutions to the different challenges and uniqueness in context of FAO member countries. In these difficult times of multiple global crises, one has to be serious about national food security. As the representative of Tokelau, I bring forward a humble plea in order to ensure Tokelau's long-term survival as a people and as a low-lying atoll nation. With a total population of 1,400 divided up almost equally inhabiting 3 islands, small-scale hydroponic farming can prove huge potential for ensuring Tokelau's food security. I have been seeing the positive impacts of such small-scale new farming methods in neighboring small island states, which leads me to believe that innovative technology can prove significant benefits as a solution to addressing our food security.
Thank you, Tokelau, for your statement. May I now give the floor to Timor-Leste, since Timor-Leste missed that opportunity earlier. Timor-Leste, you have the floor.
Excellence, Mr. Chairperson, Minister of Agriculture of Royal Government of Bhutan, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to be part of the 35th Asia and the Pacific Regional Conference of ABU, and on behalf of the government of Timor-Leste, I would like to congratulate the government of Bhutan and ABU Regional for having successfully conveyed the APRC first ever done virtually. The COVID-19 pandemic has disturbed and changed the normal life of people in all countries around the world, and consequently has changed the way of organizing the 35th APRC. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries of Timor-Leste has received along the very significant support from ABU, which I cannot mention one by one. One of the most remarkable contributions of ABU to Timor-Leste was the preparation and implementation of the first ever Timor-Leste agriculture census in 2019, self-financed by the government with full technical assistance from ABU. Considering the recent survey period in Timor-Leste indicated the food security has deteriorated in many parts of the country following COVID-19 pandemic prevention measures imposed by the government since the first quarter of the year and low rainfalls. The government of Timor-Leste response measures include cash transfer to all households during the lockdown period and has recently endorsed COVID-19 economic recovery strategy, where higher priority is placed on boosting local agriculture production, which to be stimulated through a food basket program covering the entire population of the country. All issues discussed throughout the conference the pertinent to Timor-Leste. However, as a small island of developing country, the government of Timor-Leste recognized the increased impact of climate change on agriculture and fisheries sector and the importance to adopt best practices to mitigate and adapt to change. Timor-Leste acknowledges the importance of resilience building across the agriculture subsector in the changed environment and
Hey, what happened? How come? What's wrong? How come? Shit.
the push fix fund was.
It's okay.
It's okay, at least.
I think we already started. Okay.
I think we can still hear you, Timor-Leste, if you want to finish your statement. We can't see you, but we can hear you. But you have to unmute first.
Sorry, I think we will have to request Timor-Leste to submit your written statement to the Secretariat for records, and we will have to proceed with Russia and India for the hand-in-hand initiative statements. May I call upon Russia for your hand-in-hand initiative statement?
Yes, thank you so much. I will be making my statement in Russian, if that's okay. Господин председатель.
Mr. Chairman, we are grateful for the updated information we've received on the hand-in-hand initiative launched by the FAO's Director General and the discussion we had of it. We believe that it's important to provide the necessary assistance to the countries who need it most as we implement the 2030 agenda. Notably, we should provide assistance on ending hunger and ensuring food security, as well as eradicating poverty, especially in rural areas. We wish to highlight the timeliness of this initiative. The current insufficient progress we've seen in achieving the SDGs, SDG 2 specifically, has coincided with the unprecedented spread of COVID-19. It's now patently clear that the pandemic has had a profound impact on the global food system. The resulting economic downturn will inevitably undermine food security even further, spurring further growth in the number of people going hungry around the world. These factors throw up formidable challenges for the international community. We need to prevent the situation from getting worse. The report on the hand-in-hand initiative, which was presented today, notes that due to the pandemic, the initial assessment visits to gauge the situation on the ground may have to be conducted virtually. We have a question on this. Did the organization conduct an analysis of in which other ways the coronavirus has affected the implementation of the initiative? We also wish to ask whether any of its components or the list of beneficiary countries will be revised as a result of that analysis. We support the intention to attract a wide range of development partners while maintaining a leading role for recipient countries. This will allow these countries to buttress the principle of national ownership, applying approaches tailored to the specific needs of their regions, as well as to identify the best investment opportunities out there. We wish to welcome the FAO leadership's focus on modern and innovative work methods, in particular the establishment of a geospatial platform for analyzing state needs, including collection of rural topography data. The technologies which are being deployed will, in our opinion, allow partners to make informed decisions based on the science. At this stage, it would seem that it's important to assess the damage that's been done by the coronavirus pandemic, to improve forecasting and to take preventive measures in the area of food security in order to provide assistance to the most vulnerable first and foremost. We also believe that as we go on to implement the initiative, we must ensure that existing best practice and the FAO's experience in a broad range of areas of its work are fully taken into account, as well as the expertise of the donor community. We wish you further success as you go on to implement the initiative. Thank you.
Russia has finished, Mr. Chair. I think there is some problem. Yes, Mr. Chair. Any problem?
So, can you hear? Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Russia. And I would like to request the moderator of the hand-in-hand initiatives to take record of the statements made by Russia and India, which is specifically on the hand-in-hand initiatives. The rapporteur will have the records of all other country statements. So now it's my pleasure to give the opportunity to India for making your statement on the hand-in-hand initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I think it is a long day for you. It's very late in the evening. I'll try to make as brief as possible. We appreciate Ms. Meena, the country representative of FAO, for moderating the hand-in-hand initiative panel discussion. We would also like to thank all the panelists from Papua New Guinea, Lao PDR, Thailand, and the private sector CP company. We would like to appreciate the excellent presentation made by Maximum Torero, as usual, with full clarity. We are very happy to know that 14 countries have begun initial engagements in the hand-in-hand process, and other countries, including the middle-income countries, have expressed interest in joining. We recognize the key public and private institutional partners that have been engaged, and possible areas of country-level engagement have been identified. A robust technology-aided monitoring and evaluation framework has been outlined. Due to COVID-19, there is an urgent need to cope with the combined impacts on agriculture food systems of the pandemic and major global economic recession. This initiative will accelerate agriculture transformation and sustainable rural development for eradication of poverty, SDG 1, and hunger and all forms of malnutrition, SDG 2. We also welcome the innovative matchmaking approach built by multi-dimensional partnerships for implementation, digitalization, market access capacity, development and finance, and ultimately achieve national sustainable development priorities for food and agriculture. We appreciate the 6 guiding principles for analytical framework and selection criteria for beneficiary countries. We recognize the governance framework and also country engagement model and implementation roadmap for hand-in-hand initiative. We have, while Supporting hand-in-hand initiative, we have a few observations to make. Number one, they have, they are generic, technical, and operational. Generic, the goals, objectives of this program have to be made further transparent, inclusive, and more participatory. On the technical side, data is very critical for any program, especially for this hand-in-hand initiative. The availability of the data, the quality of the data, and granulation of the data is very important. And then the another issue is the accessibility of these operations in problematic, especially the conflict areas. How we have to go about it, I think a strategy has to be worked out. The third important technical aspect is the data privacy. Once the data is procured, how the privacy is ensured. Sometimes it is used for different purposes, the way which we are seeing in social media. So the data, how the privacy of the data has to be ensured, the FAO has to look into it. And the operational issues, of course, the resource mobilization is an issue. I think there is a clarity still required, though there is the funding sourcing from different organizations, different sources, private companies, but still there need to be a clarity on this. So India is leveraging her known prowess in IT for transformation into digital agriculture right along the value chain from production system to markets. We look forward to partnering with the FAO in this initiative to enable cross-pollination and sharing of our ideas between the countries. Thank you, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you so much. India. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, we all had a long day, a long night for our colleagues in the Eastern Horizon. For inclusiveness as much as possible, I have offered an opportunity to speak to all the member countries. Unfortunately, due to internet connectivity challenges, some countries missed to deliver their statements. I would like to encourage countries who missed to make their statements to submit their written statement to the Conference Secretariat for records. So with this, I wish to close the statement session. Thank you, members, for this dynamic and intense session. Some countries have not delivered statements. Written statements will be posted online on the APRC webpage. So please, once again, I encourage all the countries who have not been able to deliver their statements to submit their written statements. Now, I would like to invite the regional representative, Dr. Kim, for his responses, if any. Dr. Kim, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the Secretariat, I thank you to all the enriching comments and the valuable recommendations received from the honorable members. I have listened carefully and taken note of your interventions. You have provided clear and very helpful guidance to FAO Regional Office and the directions to all of us, including FAO colleagues at the headquarters, as well as our colleagues in the country offices. I'm grateful for the recognition of FAO's work in your countries and the encouragement you have offered to us to continue and further strengthen the collaboration and the support to your countries, particularly in this extraordinary situation of COVID and the continuing spread of the coronavirus. As we all know, we are all in this together, and together we can learn and address the COVID-19 pandemic and plan for beyond for the better production, nutrition, environment, and livelihood. Your message your message about challenges and priority areas. Also, the need to continue to provide assistance in dealing with various challenges, including transboundary animal disease and pest, and the natural disasters, climate changes, and others are well taken note and understood. The information you have shared about the policies and the work ongoing in your countries are truly impressive. We have reinforced the importance of innovation and application of technologies along the food chain. Your direction to us that we need to continue providing technical assistance and adapt that assistance as necessary to meet the needs of members is well received. Your interventions and directions will be well articulated and summarized in the final report. Again, honorable members, thank you very much for your guidance and directions. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, and your team in the Secretariat for all your hard work and the excellent arrangements for the successful day. Now, at this time, I would like to request the rapporteur to present the summary of the day.
Thank you, Chairperson. This agenda item 11, prioritization of country and regional needs. Ministers and delegates underline that while the Asia-Pacific region has shown impressive economic growth and many countries have achieved food security, it still houses the largest number of the world's undernourished population. There is a clear need to transform food system to ensure that farmers and producers produce nutritious food and enable people to access affordable, healthy, and sustainable diets. There is a need to ensure that the sustainable and resilient food system approach is incorporated into developmental policies. Ministers and delegates convey the widespread disruption of food chain due to COVID-19, affecting food prices, exports and imports. It's disrupted production due to restriction on movements, job losses, and increased the risk of food insecurity and poverty. Country responses to the COVID-19 pandemic cover multiple measures to keep supply chains functioning and roll out food security and social protection programs to cushion the impact. Emphasis was placed on enhancing access to social protection and safety nets to increase resilience in vulnerable smallholders. Continuous coordination with regional banks and institutions would also broaden the base of possible financing of efforts to transform agriculture in the region. Ministers and delegates highlighted the important promotion sustainable land, water, forestry, and fisheries resources management is a priority for the region. The regional conference also underscored the changing risk in agriculture, highlighting the profound impact of climate change, characterized by water scarcity, increasing frequency of adverse climatic events, droughts, and floods. Agriculture is a major consumer of fresh water itself and a driver of water scarcity, with improvements in productivity and efficiency required to improve water use, whilst balancing the need for more food with the needs of other sectors and the environment. Pasture and rangelands are also coming under pressure from land degradation, and soil management is still a key priority. Robust biosecurity systems are needed to reduce risk of zoonotic disease as well as to prevent transboundary pandemics and invasive pests and disease. This is particularly important in vulnerable countries such as the SIDS. Ministers and delegates also highlight the need for strength and collaboration to support sustainable management and growth in the marine and inland fishery and aquaculture sectors, noting that small-scale and industrial operations continue to be an important resource in sustaining regional food security and contribution to the economy. Addressing these challenges will require improved farming systems with climate change adaptation practices and innovative use of technologies, as well as nature-based solutions. All countries noted that improvement of agricultural productivities and environmental sustainability can benefit from digitalization of agro-technologies and innovation. These are increasingly important, especially in areas where there are large areas to cover, extreme terrain and weather, and inadequate infrastructure. The minister and delegates also emphasize the effort to upgrade agricultural research, extension, education system to meet objectives of transforming agriculture and food system through capacity building and investment in human resources. This is particularly needed to attract youth to agriculture and assist countries with aging farming. The comment and questions on hand-in-hand initiatives have been noted by the Secretariat and will be provided to the moderator and FAO technical unit to respond. That's all the summary for this session. Thank you, Chairperson.
ขอบคุณครับคุณวนิดา for your concise but comprehensive summary. I now declare that the agenda item 11 is concluded. I will now request the conference secretary to make any announcement. To you, David, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please note that the drafting committee will meet in about 10 minutes from now in a separate Zoom meeting to update the report of the conference with today's proceedings. As you know, participation in the drafting committee is open to all member delegates. Unfortunately, however, observers are not allowed to participate. If you need the Zoom link for this meeting, please get in touch with us at the Secretariat by sending an email to aprc35@fao.org. As mentioned earlier today, I would like to recommend all countries to please provide the name and email address of one focal point to whom the draft conference report can be circulated later this evening. This is important. If you haven't already done so, please send the name and email address to aprc35@fao.org. With that, I'd like to thank everyone for their excellent participation. It's been a long day, but very dynamic and interesting as well. Have a good evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow.